The project we are building is going to be a CRM or a customer relation manager. I'm going to implement different things for both Django and Vue, which is the tech stack for this video series. The backend will be built using Django Rest Framework, and then the front end will be separate, built with Vue.js. I want to show what I do when I build projects on my own, so that's why I'm going to record it while I'm building it, and then I'm going to explain to you as good as I can what I do and why I do certain things. Some of the features I will add in this project will be authentication, lead registration with multiple statuses and similar. And leads can also be turned into real clients where you can add notes and tasks for the salespeople. And I'm also going to implement different roles because that's something many of you subscribers has asked about. So I'm going to add two different roles, one for normal users and one for the managers. And the main difference is that the managers will be able to add users, which the normal users can't. And that's mainly just to show you how you can implement roles using Django Rest Framework. And to make the project even more exciting, I'm going to implement a payment gateway. So I want to make it possible for teams to register and then pay a monthly recurring amount so they can have access to the web application. Today we're going to build a simple CRM using Django with Django Rest Framework and build the front end separately using Vue. Anyways, in this part we're going to focus on the front end by installing Vue and a few other libraries we want. After that we're going to set up a few simple pages, etc. So we can begin with the first task, which is install Vue and some libraries. So if I just go to my terminal and go into my folder, Documents, Ganar CRM. This is the name. Ganar is Spanish for win or earn, which is what we want with the CRM. We want to win customers. So the first thing I want to install is Vue. And to do that, I just say npm install -g at vue/cli. This will install the newest version of Vue. Okay, I still don't have anything in this folder except for my to-do list. So what I want to do now is to create the Vue project by saying Vue create Ganar CRM _Vue. And I want to manually select which features I want to use. So just down the arrows and hit enter. I want Babel, not TypeScript, not progressive web apps, but I want a router, I want Vuex, and I want CSS preprocessors, and I don't need linters for this project. And then I can hit enter, and I want to select 3.x here, so I'll get Vue 3. And I want to use history mode, and I want to use Dart says. And this can be put in dedicated config files, and I don't need to save this for later. So now the project will be created on my Mac. Okay, everything seems to be okay, so I can go into the folder, cd, Ganar, like that. So now in the root of the folder, or the Vue project. And as I said, we also need to install a few other dependencies or libraries. First we can install Bulma, which is a CSS framework I love to use. npm install Bulma. Feel free to use Bootstrap or something else if you want to, but then you need to change the HTML I use a little bit. Next we can install Bulma Toast. This is a little library to make it easy to show notifications to the users. npm install Bulma Toast. And then last but not least, Axios. Axios is a library we're going to use to handle Ajax. In other words, talk to the backend. Most browsers support a built-in function you could use called fetch, but I really like Axios, so I'm going to stick with it for this series as well. npm install Axios. Great, so now everything is installed and I can go back to my to-do list and set this task to done. Next step now is to set up the libraries. And I want to configure Axios first. And this is done inside the src main.js file. So here I want to import Axios from Axios like this, Axios, and then I want to append it here after the router. The main JS file which we are in now is where Vue is initialized. As you can see here, we create the app and all of the setup is done. I will come back to all of the other files later in this tutorial, so don't worry if you think there's too many files you don't know what to do yet. And then below here, I just want to set the default URL for Axios. So axios.defaults.base URL equals http 127.0.0.1.1000, and this is the URL for the Django backend, which we will create later. So then I can just save and close this file. And then the next bit of configuration is Bulma. This is very simple because we can just import the CSS file from Bulma inside the app.vue file. So I just want to remove this default styling that comes from Vue. And I say @import/node modules/Bulma, and that's it. So then I can go back to the to-do list and set the next task to done as well. Next I want to create a component for the menu. This is to make things as clean as possible for the app.vue file. So inside this components folder, a component is reusable pieces of code. So in here I want to create a new folder called layout, and in there a new folder called navbar.vue. I have capital N like that because that's how you do name your components in Vue. So here I create a new template tag because this is where all of the HTML will go for this component. Nav class navbar is dark, so it's a dark gray color. Div class navbar brand. This is where the logo will go with the name of the site. And to use a link in Vue, we create a router link to / which is the front page, class navbar item. And then in here I say strong Django CRM. Whoops. Close the router link, close the navbar brand. And then below there I want to create a div class navbar menu and div class navbar end, because I want some buttons on the right side of the screen. And then to create the buttons I need a navbar item here as well, but this is going to be inside the div navbar item and div class buttons, because I'm going to add two buttons, and by adding the buttons class you get a little bit space between them automatically. Router link to sign up class button is success. This will be a nice and green button, and I want the font in here to be bold or strong. Sign up, close that, close the router link, and I can just copy this, replace the to log in, and this can be a light button, so it's light gray. Remove the strong, this can just say log in. Then we close that div, close that div, close that div, close that div, and close nav. And I also want to add a simple script here. Script export default name navbar script. So now everything here should be okay, and we are ready to use this inside the app.vue. But before I do that, we can run this project by saying npm run serve, just so we see how it looks before and after. So then I just copy this address, go to Chrome, and not much going on here right now. This is just a boilerplate code from Vue. But if I go back here now into app.vue, and then I add a script tag here as well, script export default name app, and then I want to import the component we just created. And to do that, you say import navbar from @components /layout/navbar. And @ just means that we go to the root of the Vue project where we have the folder components, layout, and then navbar. And we also need to register them here. Components navbar. Great. And then to use it, I can just copy this, go above the router view, and say navbar /. So if I now go back here, it doesn't go. Okay, I might be missing a / there. Yes. So now we got the navbar up here. Perfect. Got a couple of errors there, or warnings, because /signup isn't registered as a page yet, but we can just ignore that for now. And then I just want to add a little bit space above here. And to do that, go back here, and around this router view, we say section class section. This is a built-in class from Bulma. Great, that looks a little bit better. Okay, so I get a warning now because this should only have one root element in here. I just want to add an empty div like that, and I indent that. Great. And app.vue is like the base.html file in Django. It's something we want to extend. And this is almost like a block template code in Django, because all of the code that we see here is injected into this. And the page we see here is the home.vue file. So if I just remove this like that, go back, you'll see that all of the text is now gone. Great. So then I can go back here and set this task as well to done. Next step now is to create a very simple page for the sign up. To do that, I create a new file in here called signup.vue. And I create a template tag. Template, oops, like that. And in here I want to have a div class container, and I want a div class columns because I want to make this page a little bit narrow. Div class column is 4 and is narrow 4, so it's centered on the screen. There I want to add a title. Sign up. Close that. No, sorry, I was not supposed to close that yet. Form. Div class field. I want one field for the email. Label email. Div class control. This is where the input field will go. Input type email. Name, email, and class input. Then I close that, and I can make a copy of it, so I don't have to write all of it. Password, input type password, and I want the name to be password 1, like that. Then I can make a copy of this and say repeat password. And rename this to password 2. And then I want a simple button for submitting the form. Div class field, div class control. I add these classes so I get a little bit space between them and everything is correct done for Bulma. Button class, button is success, submit. I can close the button, close that div, the form, that div, and that div, and the most outer div, like that. And then I just want to add the script again. Export default, sign up, and save. And a file inside this views folder is the same as the page, but in order to use it, we also need to add it to the router. So if I go into the router and find index.js, you can see that we have the home page and an about page. So if I go back here now, try to go to about, I will be redirected to a simple about page. But we want to import our sign up page by saying import sign up from /views sign up.view. Then I can append it here, just making a copy of this. Sign up, this is the same URL as we use in the app.view. Then we give it a name and say which component we use. So a component and a view is essentially the same thing. So if we save now, go back and click sign up, you will see sign up here and a simple form. But it's not on the center of the screen because isNarrow4 is not a class, it should be isOffset4. So now it's centered on the screen. Perfect. So then I can set this task to done as well. So this authentication and the backend for this will be handled in the next part of this series. So then the next task will be to create a login page. First I can just create a new file, login.view, and then I can just copy the contents from sign up because they are very similar. Rename this to login. I can remove one of the password fields and replace the title with login. And that's, I can remove the one there because it's cleaner like that. So then I can import this as well to this router, login, and make a copy of this. Replace the URL with log-in, login, save, go back to the browser, click login, and now you can see we only have one password field. Perfect. So then I can go back to the to-do list again, set this task to done, like that. And I also want a simple page for the dashboard. So create a new folder in here called dashboard because I want to keep all of the views or pages connected to the dashboard inside this folder to keep things as clean as possible. And in there create one more file called dashboard.view. And I can also make a copy of the top here, but I want this to be 12 width, and this should be a is multi line, so they will be wrapped on the page. Dashboard, I can close this div, close this div, close this div, close the template. Then I just need a script tag, export default, name is dashboard. Like that. Don't want to add anything more here for now. So I can just go in here and import it. I can add this to the bottom, but I need to import it first. Dashboard. Like that. Then make a copy of this. So when you go to /dashboard, we want to use this view. Save. Okay, I can't find, of course not, because here we want to go into /dashboard. Great. So I can try to go to /dashboard and I see the title. So right now we can access this page without being authenticated, and this is something I will fix at the end of this video. So then I can go back here and set this to done because I don't want to do anything more there for now. And by the way, if you like this video, I would be really happy if you click like below. Thank you. And if you haven't already subscribed to my channel, it would be super awesome if you did it now. And also remember to click the bell to get email notification when I publish new videos. Okay, so now I need to create a simple page for my account. I can just copy here, create a new file inside the dashboard folder, my account.vue, paste this, replace the title with my account, and also this, my account. And then we need to import this here, my account, and I copy this as well. So the URL here will be /dashboard/my-account, and we want to use the name my account, and pass it in there as well. So I can now go to my account. Great. So then I can go back to the to-do list again, set this to done, and next I want to configure the Vuex store. Vuex is a local state handler. This makes it easy to check if we are authenticated, have security tokens, check the load state, and similar. This file should already be created, so if I just find store/index.js, I want to add a few variables to the state. This is variables we keep track of. For example, is loading, set is default to false, is authenticated. This is also default false, of course, and I want the field for keeping track of the token. And fields here are immutable, so you can't just change them directly. But to change them, we use mutations. So here I want to create a function for initializing this Vuex store. This function will be called from the app.vue file later. So I create a new function called Initialize store, pass in state. This is done automatically. And here I want to check if we have saved the token in the local storage of the browser. We do this by saying if local storage.getItem token. Then we know that the user is authenticated, and we can say state.token equals local storage.getItem token. And at least the browser will think we are authenticated, but it will be checked in the backend anyways, just to be sure. And we also say state.is authenticated to true. But if we don't have this in the local storage, we need to just reset this to be empty to be sure. And I also want to set the is authenticated to false. It's probably not necessary, but I like to do it anyways. And I want one mutation for changing the loading status. So set is loading, state and status, and state.is loading equals status. So it would be nice if you just could set this in other files, but to make sure that this is synced in all of the pages, you can only mutate it in this file. And I want one function for setting the token, set token, state token. And when we pass in this token, we say state.token equals token, and state.is authenticated equals true. So then we know that we are authenticated. And last function I'm going to create here is a remove token. And this is when we sign out. Then we just say state.token equals empty, and state.is authenticated is false. So we can save. So now that we have a simple Vuex store, we just need a way to run this function when we open up the website. So I'm going to run this from the app.vue file. Vue has a few life cycles, and one of them is before create. This is called before the code is actually finished and presented on the screen. So in this file here, below the component, we say before create. Then we say this.store.commit initialize store. So this will actually run this function here. So we don't have any errors there, so probably things are working as it should, but we need to add a little bit more things here. So if this.store.state.token, this is a reference to this variable, so we can get it by saying this.store.state.token. So here we check that if this exists, then we know that we are authenticated, and we want to set the default headers for Axios. Axios.defaults.headers.common authorization equals, say, token space, this is very important, plus this.store.state.token. So now the token is automatically added each time we try to use Axios. But if you are not authenticated, you can just copy this and set, oops, there, and set it to be empty. So that if you try to, so now that the server in the backend will know that you are not authenticated. Perfect. So we can set this task to done. And then the next task is to set up router guards. And this is to make sure that you can't access my account, dashboard, etc. when you're not authenticated. What this does is that before we enter a route or a page like dashboard, we check if you are authenticated. And to do that, we just go into router index.js, and then we need to import the router, the Vuex store we just created. Import store from /store. So now we have access to the isAuthenticated variable. And then at the bottom below where we create the router, we say router.beforeEach to from next. This is the page we're coming from, going to, and what we are going to do next. Now create a fat arrow function. If to.matched.sum record.meta.require login. And so here we basically check that if we have set one of these routes to require login and we are authenticated, and we are not authenticated, sorry, store.state.is authenticated, then we go here and say next /login. So if one of these are set to require login and we are not authenticated, we will be redirected to the /login page. But if not, we can just call next, which is the page we want to go to. So then we just need to tell that the dashboard requires login, and we do that by saying meta : require login true. Copy this, paste it down here at my account as well. If I now go back here, okay, here's an error. Axios is not defined, of course, sorry. Forgot to import it in app.vue. So at the top here, import Axios from Axios. If I refresh now, get a new error. Can't read property common of undefined. Okay, it should be headers. Sorry for the typo. Okay, I can still visit my account page, so there is something wrong. Okay, the problem is that the browser actually thinks that I'm authenticated because I have worked on a similar project with this URL. But the backend would fix this for me. But for now, I need to go into application and into here and just clear site data. So if I refresh now, I will be sent to login. Perfect. So that means that the code here is working, and I can go back to the to-do list and set this task to done. In this part, we're going to focus mostly on Django, but we're also going to do a little bit of Vue. First you can install a virtual environment and install Django there. I always like to use a virtual environment because that makes everything with the deployment much easier. And to install virtual environment you say pip install virtual env. Oops. Like that. And when that's done you can create a new virtual environment by saying virtual env and then the name, which I like to just call environment, and then the version of Python I'm running, which is 3.8.2. Great. And then I can activate it by saying source environment bin activate. And then you can see here that the name of the environment comes before my username. That means that the environment is activated. Great. So then I can just set this task to done and I can go to the next one, which is install Django. And to install Django, I just say pip install Django. This will install the latest version of Django, which is 3.2 right now, and also a few dependencies. Great. So then I can set that task to done. Then I can install Django Course Rest Framework, which of course isn't a thing. It's Django Rest Framework. Like that. Pip install Django-Rest-Framework. And Django Rest Framework is a Python library we use to create API views and similar. So I can set that as to done. And now we can install Django course headers. This is a library to help us with security. Pip install Django course headers. Set that task to done. And then I want to install Djoser. Pip install Djoser. And Djoser is also something to help us with security and help us with authentication and similar. Great, so now we have installed everything we need on the backend for now. And we can go to the next task, which is to create the Django project. Django-admin start project Django CRM Django. Great, so in the folder now, the root folder, I have the environment, Django CRM Django, and Django CRM Vue. So if I just open this, you'll see that I have a new file here, manage.py. This is a script for running administrative tasks like initializing the database, creating super admins, and similar. In here you have the init.py, which is just telling Django to treat this folder as a package, ASGI and WSGI as entry points for the web server. urls.py is like a collection of paths and pages for the project, and settings.py is globally settings or configuration for the whole project. Great, so then we have created our Django project, and we can go now to configure the project, because you need to tell Django to use the apps we just installed. So in here we have something called installed apps. Django comes with a few of these, but we also need to append REST framework and REST framework.auth token, just so Django knows that we're going to use authentication tokens, and course headers, and also Djoser. Great. And we can also configure the course to tell that we're the address for the front end. And to do that, we say course allowed origins equals, and create a list. And in here we add http://localhost 8080. Oops, like that. And this is the address for the front end that we have running here. So then there's just one more thing I need to add here, and that is inside the middleware. Above the common middleware, we need to add course headers dot middleware dot course middleware. Great. And middleware, this is kind of like the code that is running in the back end of Django, and this will be executed before most of the rest of the code for Django, so we checked for security there. And that's it for the settings file for now. So now I can go back to the to-do list and set this task to done. And then I want to add the URLs for the Djoser project to the URLs page. So first I can just remove that big comment, and then here I need to append one more function from Django.urls called include, because I want to include some functions there. And then here I say path, and every path that begins with API/v1/ then I want to include Djoser.urls. Copy this, paste, and also want to do the same path, but I also want to include auth token and save. And by adding this we get a lot of cool functionality. We can now actually create users, login and similar using the API just because of the Django Rest Framework and Djoser. This gives us a lot of magic, and so much happens beyond the hood now. So if there are functionality we get now that you don't understand why, it's probably because this gives us a lot of important things. So then we can set this to done, and the next task now is to initialize the database. And to do that we just say python manage.py. Oops, need to go into the Django CRM Django folder and say python manage.py make migrations to create migrations files for the database, and then python manage.py migrate to initialize the database. So now we get one more file here called db.sqlite3. This is a good database for development and similar, but in production we're going to use PostgreSQL, which is much better. So now we have a database. I can set that task as well to done. And now we want to create a super user so we can log into the admin interface and similar. Python manage.py create super user. And then say admin, which is the username I want to use. Admin at CRM.com. And then a password. Great. So then I can set that task to done as well, and we can run the development server. Python manage.py run server. This will start a local Django server. This cannot be used in production, but it's very nice and handy for testing things locally. So here you can see, if you go to the front page, that we have URLs, admin and API, but nothing on the front page, but we won't have anything there anyways. But if I go to admin, I can log in with the user I just created. Here you can see tokens and also a list of users, only admin so far. But later more things will come here, like the leads and also other things that the users of Django CRM are adding. But for now, this task can be set to done, and we can go to the front end and start working there, because now we want to make it possible to sign up. So if I now just open up this folder src and find the sign up view we created in the last part, in the previous part. So in here I want to do a few changes, because when we submit this form we need to call a function. And to call a function when I submit this, we say at submit.prevent submit form. And we call prevent because we don't want the HTML or browser's default actions for the form to be called. We just want to call this function. And then if I just copy the name of that function, go down here to add it here, I need to add something called methods. Console.log submit form. So when we submit it now, we just will see this in the console. We can try that. Go to sign up, open up the inspector. If I now click, whoops, I now click submit, you'll see submit form there. Perfect. And then I need a way to connect these three fields with the submit form. And to do that, we add another attribute to the input field called vModel username, and the same for password 1, and the same for password 2, of course, like this. So now we can access these from Vue very soon. Just need to add a list of data here. So this is a function return. Now it's a username, set the default to empty, password 1, default empty, and password 2, default empty. So if I want to check here now, I can say console.log this.username. If I go back to Vue now, say something here, submit. Okay, I need to add a valid email, submit, but it's printed here now. Perfect. And also, if there are any errors in this form, I want to show them above the submit button. And to do that, I say div class notification is danger. If I only want to show this if there are any errors, and to check that as a errors.length. Close that div, and in here I want to p, and I want to loop through all of the errors in the list of errors. For error in error, and in here I just want to show the error. As you can see here now, there is a warning here, and that's because I need to bind the paragraph to a unique key. And to do that, I say bind :key error. So now Vue knows that this paragraph or all of them are unique. And then I need to create a new list at the bottom of data, like this. So if I go back now, nothing happens because there are no errors. Then I need to make it possible to talk to the backend. And to do that, I say from Axios import Axios. And I also want to import the toast we created in the import from Axios. And I also want to import Bulma Toast. Import toast from Bulma Toast. And I can just remove these comments because in here I want to do a little bit of validation for the data. First I reset this .errors, set this to be empty, and then I say if this .username, if it's empty, then I want to show an error. This .errors.push, the username is missing. And the same with if this .password1, if that's empty, then this .errors.push, the password is too short. And if this .password1 not equals this .password2, then we say this .errors.push, the passwords are not matching. Forgot to add a parenthesis. And then when that's done, I can try it out just to see that it's working. Okay. Error in errors, of course. And now I get the username is too short, the password is too short as well. Great. So then I can go back here and I know now that the validation is okay. And here I can say if not this .errors.length, then I know that there are no errors and I can proceed by sending the data to the backend. And then I just want to create the object const form data equals username this.username password this.password1. So I only want to send in one of the passwords. And what happens now is that we send this to Django Rest Framework and Djoser, which handles the user creations, send information to Django, which then sends information to the database, and everything should be stored. And to send it to the backend, we call axios.post, and then we say /API v1 users. This is one of the endpoints that comes from Djoser. And we just want to send the form data variable. And when that's done, we can say then response. This is data we get back from the server. And then we want to show a toast to the user to say that the account was created. Toast. The message we want to say is that the account was created, please log in. And the type is success, so it's a nice and green success or toast. Dismissible, true, so we can exit out. Pause on hover can be true, so it's pauses when you have the mouse over. Duration 2000 milliseconds. Position bottom right, so in the lower right corner. And when that's presented to the screen, also this router push /login. So it will be redirected to this page when it's done. And also, if there are any errors coming from the server, we want to show this as well. So catch error. Sorry, I need to add .catch. If error .response. Then we say for const property in error.response.data. And this .errors.push. Then pass in a variable here, which is the property, which is the field that has the error, colon, error.response.data property. So then we show the error in here. And if it's not error.response but the error.message, we need to add that as well. Else if error.message. There are two ways to get errors from the backend, but here we can just add this .errors.push. Something went wrong, please try again. Great, so now we can save this. We don't have any errors here. So now the functionality for signing up should actually be finished. So we can go here, just refresh so everything is okay. Code.com and then the password. Submit. Okay, form data is not defined. Why is that not defined? From data, of course not. Form data. Okay, I can try again. Okay, the account was created and I was redirected to the login page. And I guess that also if I go here to users, you'll see that a new user here is created. Perfect. So now we have the possibility to sign up on our CRM. Now we need to make it possible to log in as well. So then I can go to the login.vue and I can copy a little bit of this functionality. For example, this. And I can copy the V model for the username. And also for password 1. Just need to rename this to just password. And I can copy the error showing, paste it above there, And I can copy the axios because I'm going to use axios. And I can copy this data array. Oops, like that. Just need to remove password 1, like that. Great, and here I also will need the methods list, like that, submit form, like that. Great. And in here I just want to reset the authorization and stuff, just to know that we are not authenticated or anything like that. So to do that we say axios.defaults.headers.common authorization, set this to be empty, and also local storage.remove item token. Then we can create a const form data here as well. Username, this.username, password, this.password. And this is also going to be sent to the backend. axios.post/API v1 token/login. So this is another different endpoint we get from Djoser. Then we pass in form data. And when that's done, we get the response back like that. And then we get the token from the response by saying const token equals response.data.auth token. And we want to save this in the store or the Vuex we created in the first part. So we're going to call this function where we set state token and is authenticated to true. To do that, we say this.store.commit. And commit is used to call the mutations functions. Here is a set token, and then we pass in token. Great. And then we can also set the Axios default headers to token space plus token. And after that we want to save the token in the local storage. So local storage.set item token, pass in token. And when that's done, I just want to redirect the user. So this.router.push, send it the user to the front page, but now we can send to my account dashboard/my account. And then I want to copy the catch from here to show errors if there are any, and save. So if I now go back here, you can try to log in with the wrong password. We are unable to log in with the provided credentials. Okay, so try a new password. Submit, and now I was redirected to my account. And we are now authenticated, because if not, we was not able to access this page. Great, so now we can log in and create accounts, and then the last task of this part will be to make it possible to log out from the front end. So it's done from the My Account page. Below this button, I want to say div class column is 12. Create the button here, button at click, log out. So we call this function when we click the button. This at is shorthand for V on, if you didn't know, but it's nicer to just say at click. Class button is danger, so it's red, so you know that something is going to happen when you click it. Then we can create the functions or the methods. I'm going to use Axios here, so I need to import it. Import Axios from Axios. And then I can say async, because I want to call a little bit of code after the Axios post is finished. So I need to make this asynchronous. So async logout and await Axios. So the code will not continue before I get the response back from the server. Post /API /v1 /token /logout then get a response back, lowercase, and here I actually just want to say console.log logged out, and if there are any errors, which there probably won't be, catch error, then I just want to show them in the console. And we can say json.stringify error, because it's probably not anything important. There can be token invalidations and stuff, but we still want to log out the user. So after this code is finished, we want to say axios.defaults.headers.common authorization, and then set this to be empty, and local storage.remove item token, and this .store.commit remove token. So the Vuex is also updated. Then we can say this.router.push / so we go to the front page when we are logged out. So we can go and try this now. Refresh, no errors. We get the logout button and we click it. We are sent to the front page. As you can see here, I actually got the error from the backend. I got a 403 forbidden. Okay, but that's not important right now. But we are still able to log out. So if I just go back here now, set this task to done, then every task of this part is finished. Today we're going to go through these tasks. The first task is to implement a loading bar so that we know when we're getting and sending data to the server. In one of the previous parts we already included or implemented the function setIsLoading, so now we're going to use it in app.vue. So if I just go to app.vue, I can edit between the navbar and the section. So here I add a div class isLoading and isLoading bar, and has text centered because we want a circle to be centered inside this. And then we bind this to a class. So if the state is loading, then we want to add one more class here. So isLoading store.state.isLoading, and then close this. So if this returns true, then this class will be appended to this list of classes. And in here I want to add one more div class LDS -dual -ring, and then close that div and close that div. And then to hide this when it's not supposed to be showing, I want to add some styling down in this style tag here. So first I add styling to the ring. I want this to be 80 pixels wide and 80 pixels tall. And I also want to set display inline block on it. And then I want to use CSS to add something after this. There. And as you can see here, I call it animation because I want this to be spinning around. So I also need to add the animation CSS below here. Like that. So when it's starting, it should be rotated at 0 degrees, and when it's finished, 360 degrees. And then I also need to add styling to the wrapper, this one, when it's showing and when it's not showing, like that. So now it's supposed to have height 0 when overflow hidden, and when it is loading, its height should be set to 80 pixels. So then we can save this, and to implement it, we can, for example, go to login.vue, and here, before we submit this form to the server, first we need to set this function to be async, because we also then can set a wait here. So before we send this to the server, we can just say this.store.commit set is loading true. So now this should be loading. So now when this is true, the spinner bar should be showing. And after the Axios is finished, below here, we set this to false and save. And we can also implement this on the sign up view. So here we need to change this to async. And then at the top, we set this dot is loading. Actually, we can wait until we're in here, like that. And then await. After that, we set it back to false and save. So now we have a simple loading bar we can use all over the application. So I can set this task to done. Next step now is to create a new Django app for the leads. So then I need to go here in the terminal and stop the server. And to create the new app, we just say python manage.py start app lead, and then it's created. So I can set this to done. The next step then is to create the database model for saving the leads. So if I scroll up, find Django CRM, and then the lead app and models.py. I need to import the user object from Django. So from django.contrib.auth.models import user. So then I can connect a lead to the user who creates it. And then to create the model, we say class lead models.model. And the first field I want here is a connection to the company. So company equals models.char field. Max length can be set to 255. And I also want a contact person. So let me just copy and paste, replace with contact person. This will be the name of the lead. And one field for email. This can actually be an email field. That doesn't need any max length. And phone. And also website. But maybe not all leads have a website, so there we can set this to blank equals true and null equals true, so we allow this to be empty. And then I want one field for confidence to set how sure we are to get or win this lead. Confidence equals models.integer field. So this should be a percentage from 0 to 100. Blank equals true, null equals true, in case we don't want to fill it out. Also want to have one integer field for the estimated value of this lead. Estimated value. This can also be the same type of field. And I want one field for status. This should be a choice field, so I want to create the choices up here first. I want to make it possible to set this to new and contacted and in progress and lost and won. And then I need to make a tuple so we can make this a select list. Choices status equals, and then we set new. And new, this is the label that will show in the Django admin area. Contacted in progress, lost, and won. Great, so now we can add this here. I want this to be a char field as well. And the max length here can be 25. Choices should be these choices status. And default can be new. And I also want a similar like this for the priority. So below here, I said low, low, medium, medium, high, high. And the new tuple here, choices, priority, low, oops, whoops, there, medium, medium, high, and high, like that. I can copy this, priority, and this should be choices, priority, and the default here can be medium. And then I want one more field for connecting it to who created this. So created by equals models dot foreign key. This is an index to connect it to a user. Oops, user. So let's set the related name to leads, so it's easy to get the leads for a certain user. And on delete equals models dot cascade. So when we delete the user, we also delete all of its leads. And I want one field for created at, so we know when it was created. Models dot date time field. Auto now add equals true. So when we create this, this will be automatically filled out. And I also want one more field for checking when it was last modified. Modified at equals models dot date time field, and here just auto now equals true. So every time we save this model, this will be automatically set to now. Great. So then before we update the database, I need to register this with the installed apps for Django. And to do that now with the Django 3.2, I think I need to set this to be lead.apps.leadconfig, I think. Save, try to update the database, make migrations, yes, create model lead, and migrate. So lead is the name of the app. Then you have a file called apps, which is configurations for the Django app, and lead config is just the name inside there. But now we have updated the database and we can run the server again. Python manage.py run server. So then I can set this task to done, and we can go to the next task, which is creating a serializers for the leads. A serializer takes data from the database and makes it presentable for the front end. And to do that, we need to go back into the lead folder here, create a new file called serializers.py. First, I need to import a little bit from Django Rest Framework. From Rest Framework, import serializers. And then I want to import the model we just created. So from .models import lead, and then I want to create the serializer, and I do this by saying class lead serializer serializers.model serializer, and then we add the class meta for configuration, class meta. And the model I want to use is lead, of course. And then the fields I want to get to the front end should be a new tuple, like that. And here I want the ID. and I want the company name. I don't remember all of these, so I can just go back here, copy this list, and paste it here. So it's just supposed to be company, but I want the contact person, the email, the phone, the website, confidence, the estimated value, the status, the priority, and who it was created by, and when it was created, and when it was last modified. So I can remove that, and now this should be okay. So now I can set the next task to done, and next we want to create a view. This is for showing or make it possible to get these serializers from the front end. So then I need to find leads/views.py. So first I want to import something more from the REST framework. From REST framework, import view sets. This makes it possible to get very good functionality from Django Rest Framework for getting information, saving information, updating and deleting and similar. So when we have that, we can also import the model from .models import lead, and from .serializers import lead serializer. Great. So then we can create the view set for this. Class item view, lead view set. And in here we pass in viewsets.model viewset. And the serializer class we want to use equals the lead serializer, and query set equals lead.objects.all. But this will give us all of the leads in the database, even if you are not the one who created this. So I need to override that functionality by creating a function in here called def get query set, pass in self, and then just return self.queryset.filter created by equals request.user. Self.request.user. So now you only get leads that you have created. So then I can set this task to done. And next now I want to create a new URLs file here. urls.py. Sorry, I forgot to go in here and set this to done. So now it's setting up the URLs. So here I say from Django.urls import path and include. And I want to import something from framework, from REST framework.routers import default router. And I want to import the view set we just created from .views import lead view set. And then I want to create a default router. So router equals default router, router.register. Then we pass in leads. So the URL will be /leads to get all of the leads, /leads/1 to get the one with ID 1 and similar. And the Django Rest Framework fixes all of this for us. So here we just need to pass in the lead view set the base name equals leads. And down here, just a URL patterns equals path can be empty, include router.urls and save. So then we don't get any errors down here, so we just need to import this into the main URLs file. So at the bottom here, you can say path API/v1, and then we also include lead.urls, which is the URLs file we just created. Great. So now that task can also be set to done. Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to my Patreons. If you too want to support me, you will find a link to my Patreon in the description below. And the next step now is to create a page for showing a list of leads, which we don't have in the database yet, but we can do it anyway. So inside the dashboard, we create a new file, leads.vue, and I can make a copy of this, so I don't have to write all of this. Leads, and save. And we can import this to the router, so we can go and test all of this. So here, copy the my account, leads, like that. And we can make a copy of this one. Forgot the comma there. Dashboard/leads. Use the leads name. And that, and we also want to require login is true. So if I go here now, I should be able to go to leads and see the title leads. Perfect. So next step now is to create a function for getting the leads from the backend, and to do that we're going to use Axios. So if I just go back to leads.vue, first need to import Axios from Axios. And here I also want to use the mounted live hook, just like we did in app.vue. We used a function or a live hook called before create, but here I want to use one called mounted. So when this page is mounted, I want to call a function named get leads, like that. So then I can create it here, methods. Not the function, should be like that. And this needs to be asynchronous, so I can use the loading bar. So async get leads, and this.store.commit set is loading to true. Copy this, paste it, set to false. And in here I want to call Axios dot.get. It's important to use the get because we want to get information from the server. API/v1/leads, and then we get the response back from the server. Response, create a fat arrow function in here. And to store this so we can use it up in the template, we can create a data array up here. Return leads, it should be an empty list like that. And then to store this, we just this.leads equals response.data, because response.data is a JSON list of leads we can use like this. And if there are any errors, catch error, and just show this in the console. Error, like that. So if we save now, nothing happens here because we haven't done anything to present them. And I need to change this to this.get leads. So just want to see if there are any errors, and yes, there is. Yeah, I think the problem is that I forgot to activate the tokens for the backend. So if I find settings.py up here, I need to add a little bit of code, because I need to set that REST framework should have a default authentication class, which is token authentication, and default permission classes is REST framework permissions.isAuthenticated. So if I now save this, hopefully if I refresh, I don't get any errors here anymore. And here you can see that this was successfully getting the leads from the backend. Perfect. So now we can go back to leads to show the leads which we don't have yet, but we can add a simple table below here. that div. And then in here I want to show a table. So table class table t head tr th company th contact person th status. So we don't need to add any more there yet. We'll come back to this. T head, T body, and close the table. And then in here I want to loop through this list of leads using the tr v for lead in leads. And we also need to have this v bind key lead.id, so all of the tr will be unique. And then in here we have the dtd lead.company, close that, td lead.contact person, close that, td lead.status. But there is still nothing here, just the table header. You can add one more class that is full width. It fills out the whole screen. But now we need to make it possible to add new leads. So below this title here, I want to add a button, router link to dashboard leads add lead router link. Now we have this button, but this page doesn't exist yet, so we need to create it. But first we can set this to done, and we can go back here now, just copy the top, create a new file in the dashboard folder called add lead.vue. Add lead, close that div, close that div, close that div, close the template, add script, export default, name, add lead, and then last but not least we need to import this to the router, add lead, that, and append it at the bottom of this list, leads/add, add lead, and save. So if I go back here now, you will see the title. Then below here I want a form where I can fill out information about the lead. So I'll go back to here, create a new column, form. And when we submit this form, we want to call a function called submit form at submit.prevent, because we don't want to use the default browser functionality. We need to call .prevent submit form. We can close and close. We can just create this function as well before we continue. Methods. Console.log submit form. Great. So then in here we need to add a few fields. We need for all of the information we want. So first we can add for the company name, div class field, label company, close the label, div class control, input type text, name, company, and then a class. Want this to be type of input to get styling from Bulma. And then we need a way to reference it down here. So we need to add the v model attribute, company. Okay, close that and close that. So if I now in here say data, return company, set this to be empty by default, I can copy this and say contact person, and this can also, actually I don't need a name because we need only the V model to connect it to the information down here. Okay, contact person, default empty. And I want one field for email. This can be type email, and we can add it to the list here. Email, empty. And one for the phone. And one for the website. And website as well. And confidence. This can be input type number. Confidence. And the estimated value. This can also be a number. Estimated value. And we also want to make it possible to select the status and also the priority. So to create a select list, we say div class field, and we want to label here status. Close this. Div class control. Div class select, I think. No, it's probably just select class select v model status. So now we need to add this down here as well. Option value new. This here, new with the lowercase, needs to be exactly the same as in the model we created for Django. Option, and we can set new to the default status like that. So this will be selected by view. Contacted, and we also have the in progress, and lost and won, won and won. Close the select, close the div class control, and that. Then we can make a copy of this for priority. This v model is priority. We can add it down here. And this can default to medium. Only need 3 here. Low, medium, and high. Great. So now we just need a button for submitting the form. Button class button. Button is a success. So it's nice and green. Submit. Close the button, close the div, and close the div. Save. We can see how this looks. Forgot to add a comma down here. There. Great. So now we have this. Okay, estimated value is not added to the list here. 0, and the same with the confidence. 0. So now everything here should be okay. So if I refresh, we don't get any warnings here. And if I click submit now, you will see submit form, which is console logged from this function. So now we need to make it possible to send this information to the backend. First, I want to create an array. const lead, and then I want to pass in the company. Oops, I don't need this here. Email, phone, website, estimated value. Sorry, this.estimated value, because we want to reference this. So we need to set this.company like this. Great. And then the confidence. This.confidence. And status, this.status. And priority, this.priority. And then to send it to the backend, we need to use Axios again. So we need to import it here. Import Axios from Axios. And we also want to use the loading bar here. So this needs to be async. Oops, typo, async. This.store $store.commit. Set is loading to true. And at the bottom of this function, we want to set it to false again. So then here we can call Axios. First await, because we want to wait for this to finish. .post, and the address now is API/v1/leads, and then Django Rest Framework will handle the rest for us there. But we still need to pass in the lead, this list, like that. And when that's done, we get a new response. We can console log this just to see what it is. And when that's done, I want to redirect us back to the leads page. So this.router.push/dashboard/leads. So we go to that page. And if there are any errors, I want to show them in the console. Console.log error and save. So now that should be done. So we can go here and test this. Try to fill in some random information. Submit. Okay, this needs to be email. Submit. And I got a 400 error. That's not good. If I go to network, leads, I want to show what error is. This field is required. Created by. Yes, of course, we need to override the default created function in the backend. So just leave this as it is. So we can go back to views.py in the lead app. Because now the framework doesn't know which user to set this to. So in here, just like we did here, we need to create one for the save. So def perform create self, and we also need to pass in the serializer here, serializer 1, like that. And we can just call serializer.save, and then we can set created by equals self.request.user and save. We can try again now, submit. Okay, we still got a new error. This field is required. Okay, so the field created by is missing. And the reason why it's missing is because we haven't added it to the list of fields we are sending in yet. So if we go to add lead, you will see that we don't have it in this list. And right now the backend is expecting created by because we have created by in this field list here. So we need to move these three, just cut them out. Go up here, create a new variable called read only fields, and paste them here. And the reason why ID can still be here is that ID is default a read only field. So let me save this now. Now we can go back here and try again. Now it was submitted and I was redirected to the front page. Perfect. And as you can see here, I also had the lead here. Great. So now we can set this task to done, like that. I just noticed one more thing I want to fix, and that is if I go in here, this is missing some styling. So I need to go to bulma.io to find what I'm missing here. So form, select, and as div class select was supposed to be around that. Like that. Close it and remove the class from the select element. And then do the same thing in here. We can save again, go back, and now you notice it looks much better. Perfect. Today we're going to make it possible to view and edit leads, and also a few other small things. The first thing we want to do is to add a link to the leads page up in the menu. So if I go to navbar.view, above here, we can say router link to /dashboard/leads, and we need to give this a class of navbar item, and then we can just say leads and close the router link. So if I now go back to the browser, just to refresh, you'll see we have a link here called leads, but I want this to be at the end here, so of course it needs to be inside there. Like that. Now you see it better as well. Perfect. So then I can just set this to done. And then the next step now is to hide the login button, these two, when we are authenticated. Now we don't want to see them. And to do that, I also need to go into navbar.view, of course. And then above these two, here we can say template. And we only want to show this if we are authenticated, and to do that we say if store.state.is authenticated, indent them, and then just close that. Of course, if we are not authenticated, so refresh, and then they're gone. Perfect. And since we have a simple my account page as well, we can show a button to that when we are authenticated. And to do that, below here we can say template else, close that, and then in here is a router link to /dashboard/my account, class button is info, so it's blue, my account, and close the router link. Go back again, and now we have the leads button and the my account. Perfect. And if we do sign out, we will see the login and sign up button instead. So then we can set this to done as well. And now I want to make it possible to view a lead. To do that, we need one more file in this dashboard folder called lead.view. So first we begin with the template and a div class container, div class columns, which is multi-line, and then one column at the top for the title. And the title, I want this to print out the company name. So h1 class title lead.title. And then below this one, I want to have a link to the edit button, but we don't have a button or an edit page yet. So I just want to add the router link to, you can just go to the front page at the beginning, class button is light, edit, and then close it. And then below this, I want to create a div class column is 6. And in here I want a div class box, so we can separate these a little bit with some shadow. h2 details, close it, close it. I can make a copy of this, and the other title should be contact information. So we can save this, and then we can first, before we edit the router, I just want to add a script tag. Export default name lead, and then close the script tag. Then we can import this to the router. Just remove the S, and then we find it down here. We can make a copy of this, and this is supposed to be a dynamic route. So to be able to insert the ID here, we say :ID, and here we want to use the lead name and the lead component, and save. So if we go here back now, you will see that we have only one lead, and if I go to /1, I should go to that page, but we don't have anything there yet. And we get this error because we haven't added the data array here yet. Return, then we can set lead to be an object like this. So if you now save, go back, refresh, you will see the edit button, details, and contact information boxes. And inside of these, I want to show a little bit of information. So in the details box, I want to show the status, priority, confidence, estimated value, when it was created, and when it was last modified. And then inside the contact information, I want to show contact person, the email, the phone, and the website. But we don't have this information yet, so we need to make a function to get it from the server. First, we can say import Axios, because we want to need this from Axios. And then here I want to go into the mounted hook again. Mounted this.getLead. Create the methods list. And then we create the async function. Async get lead. And then first, as always, is at this store.commit. Set is loading to true, and after we set it to false. And then in here I want to call Axios, but in order to call Axios I need to get the lead ID from the router, and to get it to say const lead ID equals this.route, not router but route.params.id. And this ID refers to this. So we could call this lead ID or something similar if you wanted to do that. And then we call Axios.get. And here we need to use these. I'm not sure what these are called, but we need to use them. /API v1/leads. And then we want to pass in the lead ID here. So $ curly bracket lead ID. And this one makes it possible to pass in variables inside this string. Then we get the response back from the server. I can just this.lead equals response. Whoops. And if there are errors, we can just show them in the console. Like that. Console.log error. And we get the response automatically from Django Rest Framework now, because we added the functionality there in the previous video. And now we can just add this.lead. Is the data we get from there, because it's an object. Response is wrong, of course. It's supposed to be response. Okay, I get 200 status console.log response to see what data I get from the server. Of course, I need to set it to response.data. And now some of these are filled in. Perfect. So then I can just remove the console. And this should not be lead.title but lead.company, of course. So now we have the company title, a little bit of information and similar. Perfect. But this should be a little bit bigger. So we need to add class subtitle to both of these. So that looks a little bit better. Perfect. So now we have the functionality to see a view, but we want to make it possible to go from this page into the lead. So if I just go back to the leads.view, so at the end here I want to add a th. This is just an empty one for actions, and then td router link to :2 because I want this to bind this to JavaScript. I want to use a named route lead, comma params. I need to pass in the lead ID, lead.id, like that, details, and close the router link. So if we now save, go back, we have a new button, details, and when I click it, I go to the detail page. Perfect. So now I can set this task to done. And then I want to make it possible to edit a lead. And to do that, I need one more page here. So in the dashboard folder, edit lead.view. So I begin with the template, div class container, and the same title thing. And then I say edit and show the lead company after. And then below here I have a new column. I can just close this so everything is okay. And inside this column, I want to show the form for editing the company. And this is almost exactly the same form as we have in the add lead. So I can just copy the form and paste it. But to make it a little bit easier to send this to the backend, I want to connect the V model to lead.company and not just company. So lead.company, copy, copy, paste, 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 and paste, and paste, and also there and there. And we can change the title of the button to update. So now we have the form. We can add the script tag as well. Export default name, edit lead, and I want the data array here. Return lead, and make this an object. So then we can close this. And we can import this to the router so we can try to go from the detail page to this. Edit, edit lead. And then go at the bottom, make a copy of this, and just append /edit at the end there. Edit lead, and save. So if I now go back to the lead.view, I can actually just make a copy of this 2 here, so I don't have to write all of it. And then I find the edit button and just change this to edit lead and save. So now we have the edit button working, and if I click it, we go to the edit page. So now we just need to copy the functionality to get the lead from the backend like we did here. Copy this. And then we can go to edit lead and paste it here. So now the same thing should happen here. So if you now save and go back, you'll see the loading up here, but Axios is not defined because I haven't imported it. Import Axios from Axios, save, and then we get the information in the form. Perfect. So then we just need to make the submit form functionality, and that function should go below this get lead, and that is async submit form. Then we set the loading above here and set it to false below, and we call patch to the same address as we are on, the /leads/1, which is the ID for my lead. And then we can just pass in this.lead, which refers to this one, because this object already has all of the information. And if there are errors, we show them like that. But instead of not showing anything here, I want to redirect you back to the detail page. So this.router.push, and then we can say this one /dashboard /leads, and then we pass in the lead ID at the end like this. So that's actually all the functionality there. So if I go back here and click update, lead ID is not defined. No, of course not. It's up here. But I can say this. Just refresh to remove the errors, update, and now I was sent back here. Perfect. Okay, I noticed that we are missing created at and modified at, and to fix that. But before I fix it, I can actually set this task to done, because now we have the edit functionality. But if I go in here again now, created at and modified at. Okay, so then I need to go to the serializer, and I need to copy these two, paste them down there. So if I now refresh, I get the information here. Perfect. So the format of this doesn't look very good, but we have to come back to that in another part. Right now I want to go to the next task of the to-do list, which is showing a toast when we are saving leads. So in here I need to import the toast. Import toast from Bulma Toast, and then below here, inside the save functionality here, I add the toast, and the message is the lead was updated, and the rest of the information, which is the same as the sign up page. So now we can save and try this out. Edit, update, and now we have the Bulma Toast down there. Perfect. So we can also add this on the add lead page. So then we find it here, remove the console log, the lead was added, and we just need to import it. Import toast from Bulma Toast, and save. You can try that out as well. Just close this, add lead, add some random information, submit, and yes, the lead was added. Perfect. So now I can go back to the to-do list and set both of these tasks to done. Today we are going to add the possibility to create teams for this application. So the first thing we need then is a new application or Django app for the team. So first we can create it by saying python manage.py start app team. And then we want to add the database model, so we can tell the database what information about the team we want to store. So first we can import the user object from Django, so we can connect a team owner to a team. And then we can create the class for the model, class team models.model. I want one field for keeping track of the team name, which is a char field. I can set the max length to 255. And I want one field for keeping track of all of the members in the team. This is also supposed to be the team owner. And this is a many-to-many field. That means that this team can have many users. The related name for the user to the team is teams. So once we have a user, we can get all of the teams for a user. But in our case, we just want one team anyway. And then we have a foreign key to tell who created the team, so we know who the owner is. Now set the related name, and when we delete the user, we also delete the team. And then I want one field for telling us when the team was created, and then we can save this. So then I just want to import this to the settings.py file. So if I find installed apps, you can add it at the bottom here, team.apps.teamconfig. Great. So then I can update the database by saying python manage.py make migrations and python manage.py migrate. So now we have a database model and an app for the team. So now I can go back to the to-do list and set the first task to done. Next step now is to create a serializer, just like we did for the leads. This one, we need one for the team now. So create a new file in the team folder called serializers.py. And I will need the user here as well, so I can go back to models.py, just to copy it and paste it there. And I also need to import something from this Django serializers there. And we can import the team model as well. So from .models import team. Great. And that's everything we need to import. Then we can create the user serializer because we want to serialize the information about a user in a team. So class user serializer, like that. Serializers.model serializer. And here we need to set the class meta, and the model we want to use is user, which we just imported up there. And the fields we want for all of the users or all of the members is ID, username, first name, and the last name. I don't think we have added this to the application yet, but we will later, so we can just add them here anyway. And we want one serializer for the team. So class team serializer. Pass in serializers.model serializer. And we want one field here for the members. So we just want to tell the team serializers that for the members field, this one, we want to use this serializer. Members equals user serializer. Many equals true because it's more than one object, and read only equals true because we don't want to be able to create users through the team serializer. We just want to get information about the user. Then we set the class meta again. The model here is of course the team, and the fields we want to get for the team is ID, name, and members, and save. So now we have the serializers for the team, and we can create the view. So we can go back to view. I'll open up view.py at least. So we can remove this because we're not going to render anything, but we need to import view sets from the REST framework. View sets. And we need to import the team model from .models import team, and from .serializers import team serializer. We only need that because the other serializers we used is only in here. And then we can create the view set for this. So class team view set, viewsets.model viewset. I need to set which serializer class we are going to use, and that's the team serializer. And query set equals team.objects.all, so we get all of them. And then we need to override the get query set like we did in the other view set. So def get query set self return self.queryset.filter created by equals self.request.user. Here we also need to override the perform create functionality, because we need to connect a user to the created by field and also add the self.request.user to the members. So def perform create. We need to pass in self and serializer, just like that with no s on the end. And then we say obj, like short for object, equals serializer dot save created by equals self.request.user. And since we now have the object here, we can say obj.members.add self.request.user. So now the user will be a member of the team as well. obj.save. So then we have that as well. Okay, I forgot to add that we need to add the URLs here as well. To make it easy, I think I can just make a copy of the one inside the lead. I create a new file, urls.py. But here we want to import the team view set, of course. This can be teams, copy, replace, and teams. Besides that, they are identical, so we can just close this and go back to Django and find the main urls.py, because we want to import it here. Path API/v1 include team.urls. Great. So now the Django app there is finished, and we can set this task to done. Now we can run the server again, so we have it running. Perfect, I got no errors. So the next step now is to store user information in Vuex, because we need this later to connect the team to a user. So before I continue, I just want to go here and log out the user so I can log in again and get the information from the server. I can open up this, so we will see here if we get any errors. If I now go back to store/index.js, then here I want to add the object user ID can default to 0 and username can default to empty. And then in here, when I know that we have a token, we also would have stored a username in the local storage. So here we can say state.user.username equals local storage.get item username. Make a copy of this and rename this to ID and user ID. So we store them as username and user ID in the local storage. And if this is not the case, we need to set state.user.id 0, state.user.username to empty. And I also want a function for setting the user. So then I can just say set user state, and then we get the object which is user state.user equals user. So now we need to implement this in the login function as well. So if I scroll down and find login.vue, just want to make this a little bit smaller. So at the bottom below this await Axios, I want to create a new Axios function. And I also want to call await on this because I want to do it before the loading is set to false. So await Axios dot get, and to get information about the user, we can say /API v1/users/me, and this will give us the ID of the user and the username. This is default from Djoser. Then I get the response, create a fat arrow function, and then we say this.$store.commit set user, and then we create the object ID response.data.id. This is the ID we get from the server, and then a username response.data.username. And this object here is the one we are sending and getting here, which is the user, and it contains the ID and username. Great. And when that is done, we can save the information in the local storage. Local storage.setItem username response.data.username and local storage.setItem user ID response.data.id. So now we have information about the user here. And then we can console log if there are any errors. Console.log error. And close that. And one important thing to do now is to just copy this from there, or cut it out, because we can't redirect to here. We need to wait until this is finished. So in here we move the router push to the my account. Great. So now we can save this, set it to done. But we can test it just so we know that everything is working. So if I go back to the browser, log in, then I log in with the user I created in the previous part. Okay, that's wrong. There. Okay, and now everything here should be okay. This is just because I didn't log in on the first attempt. So if I go back, we can just test that we have this information. Then in this here, after we have initialized the store, we can say console.log this.store.state.user. Save, go back, and you can see here we have the ID and the username. So now we have information about the user stored locally as well. Perfect. And I want to do this exact same thing, but just for the team. So we have information about the team name and the team ID in the Vuex as well. So I can just go back here again, and then I say team, make this an object, ID 0, name empty. And I can make a copy of this because we need to use these as well. So team.name and team.id. I want to store these as team_name and team_id. Then we say state .team.id 0 state.team.name equals empty. And before I forget it, I just want to log out again so we don't have any problem with not having this information in the local storage. And then below the set user, we say set team, self team, state.team equals team. And we can actually use this function to store the local storage as well. Local storage set item, team ID, is team.id, and local storage.setItem team name is team.name, and this object we will get from the front end very soon. Great, and that's it here for now. So we can just save this, and we can set the task to done, because I don't want to add this to the login view quite yet, because I need to fix this, that if you don't have a team, you will be sent to a create team page, because we don't have a team in the backend yet, or in the database. So this is then the next task. And that's actually quite easy, because you can just go into app.view, and after this has been set, we can say if not this.store .state .team.id. So if this is not set, and 0 will also return false, then we say this.router.push /dashboard/create or add team. So when you don't have a team now, you will be sent to this page. So I can set this to done. And if I now go back here and log in, user, yes, as you can see here, I don't have a path called /dashboard/add team, but we will create it very soon. And that's the reason why I couldn't be redirected there. But the next step now is to create a page for adding teams. So in the dashboard, create a new file, add team.view. Then I can copy a little bit information from one of the other pages. Copy this top, add team, close it, close this div, and the template, and then let's create the script tag, export default name, add team, script, and then I can go back to the router and import it here, add team, and scroll down, and I can make a copy of this, for example, add team, and add team. If I go back now, refresh, you'll see that I see the add team. Great. So now we need to add a little bit more information here, because here we want a form. And I think we already have a form in the add lead. So I can make a copy of this whole block here, and then just remove a little bit from it. Paste it below there. And I only want one field actually, like that. So this can be renamed to name, which is the name of the team, or team name to be extra sure. And then rename this vModel to name. And when this is submitted, we call the submit form function. Methods, submit form, like that. And here I also want to use the Axios and the Toast, but I can copy from this. I don't have to write it now, like that. And we also need the data object here to connect the name field to down here. So data return name, and it's default to empty, of course. And then I just want to take one more copy, and that is the isLoading functionality. So paste that there, paste, and set to false. And then in here I can say await Axios dot post /API v1 team/teams, and we want to pass in an object called team. And no, I have not created that yet, so I can go up here as a const team equals object name is this dot name, which is the information from here, which we get from here. Great. Then we get the dot then response, and when that's done we want to add the toast, so I can copy that from this page as well, and the router push, paste, the team was added, and when that's done I just want to redirect us back to the dashboard page. And when the team is created, we get information about the team back from the server automatically. So here we can say this.store.commit set team. Then we just want to pass in an object here, which is id, response.data.id, and the name, which is response.data.name. And this we can just say this.name, since we have it here already. Great. And if there are any errors, we need to show them. .catch error fat arrow function console log error and save. So if I now go back, okay, there is a little error. Yes, sorry, I forgot to add async here. Great, so now we can try to create a team. Code with Stein. Submit. The team was added, but I see an error here. State is not defined, so the team was not set. Okay, why? Okay, the problem is in here, I think. This should not say self, it should say state. So great, I can save that. And we can go back to the to-do list and set this to done. Because now we need to fix the login to implement teams as well. So when we log in, we get information about the team. We just log out so we can test it out when it's finished. The first thing we need is to create a view for this. So if I find the team app here, first I need to import a little bit of functionality from the REST framework. From REST framework import framework.decorators import API view, and I also need to import one more thing from REST framework.response import response, because now we want to create a new view a little bit more manually. And then we say API view decorator that this view should only accept GET requests. And then we can create it. And then we can create the view by saying def get team request. Actually, it should be get my team. And then we can get the team by saying team equals team.objects.filter created by equals request.user. Now we want to get the first in that list. Serializer we want to use for the team is team serializer, and now we can just pass in this object and we get the information from here as well. So then we can just say return response serializer.data. Great, so that's the view, and then we want to import this to the URLs. So append it after there, get my team, and then at the bottom here we can say path teams/get my team, and get my team name get my team, and save. So now we should be able to get information about the team from the backend. but we need to make a little change to the front end as well. So if we just go back to login.vue, we need one more function like this. So await axios.get/API v1 teams get my team. And this will give us information back. And here we can then say this.store.commit set team, create the object ID, response.data.id, and name response.data.name. Now I've stored this in Vuex, and when we do that, we also save it in the local storage here automatically. Great. So then we can move this router push down here actually, and we can console log the errors. Not there, but there. Great. So save that. But before we test this, I just want to go to my account page, and where we remove the token from the local storage, I also want to remove username and user ID and team name and team ID, like that. Great. So then I can go back here, try to log in like that. Okay, I got a 404 error on the team. Why? Thought that should be okay, but it might be because of the order here. That it should be like this. Because if not, I think this router here thought that this could be the ID of a team or something similar. So try to submit again. Now we was logged in and everything looks okay. So we can go back to upload view just to confirm that we have the team name. So here is a console.log this.store.state.team. And then, yes, ID1, name, code with Stein. Perfect. So now we have information about the team and the user as well here in the front end. So then, I can set this task to done. Today we're going to make it possible to add members to our team. But the first thing we need to do then is to update the lead model. So if I just scroll up here and find models.py, and the thing I need to do in here is to connect the lead to a team. So at the top here we need to import the team model from team.models import team, and then at the top here we can create one more field, team equals models.foreign key. So we can pass in team here and set the related name to leads, and on delete models.cascade. Great. Now we can update the database. Python manage.py, make migrations. And now I need to set a default team because this is a required field. So press 1. And here I just want to say 1 because I know that 1 is the ID of the only team I have created. So there. And then I can say Python manage.py migrate. Great, so now we can run the server again. And go back to the editor. And then I need to make a little change to the views.py. Because now I want to make it possible to get all of the leads connected to your team and not just the one you created yourself. So first here I want to get the team by saying team equals team.objects.filter, and then I want the members in equals self.request.user. And what this does is, this needs to be a list. So what this does is that you check if one of the members is in this list, which is you as the user. So if you are in the list of members, then you get the team. But since this is a filter, we will get the list. So we need to set first here to get the team object. And then down here, I can say filter team equals team. And before I forget it, I need to import the team model from team.models import team. And then I need to do the same thing in the perform create, because now we need to connect the team to the lead to the team as well, like this. So now there are no errors. I can go back to the to-do list and set the first task to done. Next, I want to make it possible to add members. I don't want to invite them by using email yet. I just want to make it possible for the team owner to add members. So first you need to update the views.py in the team app. So scroll up and find views.py. And then here I can do the same thing as I did replacing the members in equals, convert this to a list like that. So now I'll get all the teams where you are a member. We only want to get the first, like this. And the same down here. Instead of just getting the one where you are the owner, you want to get where you are a member and only the first one. So that was the views.py changes. So now we have make it possible to use members instead of just the owner. So we can set this subtask to done. And then I need to update the serializer.py in team as well. There, because I want to pass in the creator here. So below here I can say created by equals user serializer. This is not the many field, but I want it to be read only crew. Then I can pass it in here so we can know in the front end as well who the creator of the team is. So then we can go back and set this task to done.
Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to my Patreons.
Then we can start moving to the front end, because now I want to make a page where we can show which team you are on. But I just want to log out first and log in just to see that there are no errors in the things that I've done so far. Yes, as you can see here I got an error now. Self is not defined in views.py. No, here should just be request.user. And authorized. Okay, there I just typed the wrong password. Now everything seems to be okay. So then we can go to the next task, which is to create the page for a team. So in the dashboard folder, we create a new file, team.view, and then I can just get a little bit information here, or code. And we say team like that. I can close this. And the template tag, now the script tag, export default name team. Then just close the script tag and we can import it to the router so we can test that it's working. Like that. And if I now just copy this, remove the add, and save. So now if I go to the nav bar, I want to add this up in the menu together with the leads, router link to dashboard/team. class navbar item team, and we close the router link. So now we have the team appear. Perfect. And the team title here is showing. Great. And then I want to show a list of the members here. h2 class subtitle members. Close the h2. And then I need functionality to get the team from the server. Methods. Get team. And we also need the data array here. Return team members. And this can be a list. So I just set members here so that we up here can loop through this. Because if I don't add it there, it will just crash. Table class table is full width. Thead, tr, th, name. Don't need anything more there for now. And below the thead is the tbody, trv4 member in team.members, which is a reference to this one, team.members. vbind key member.id. Close the tr. td member.username, because we don't have the real name yet. Great, but if you now go back, you'll only see an empty table. So now I need to make this function, and also I want to call it when this page is mounted. This.getTeam. So here I think I can just go back to login.vue and make a copy of this and also that one, so we can have the loading. Great, copy, add it to the top there, set it to true, and async get team. So now I don't want to call the store, but we can say console.log response.data, and I do not want to redirect to the account page. So now we can see what we get from the server. Axios is not defined, of course not. Import Axios from Axios, save, refresh, and now actually got a list of members here. Great. Which is me as the user, but why is this showing there? That's because I need to say this.team equals response.data. Yes, and now you can see my username is showing there. Perfect. And response.data is an object which is exactly the same as team, because we have members in there and similar. And instead of showing just team there, maybe we can say team.title. Team.name, of course, like that. So team name and then the members. Perfect. So now I want to make one more page for adding members. But now we can set this to done, and then I want to make it possible to add the members. To do that, I want one more page. So make a copy of the top here, create a new file, add team, and add member.vue, add member, close the div, template, and then the script, export default, name, add member, and save. Now we can import this to the router. Add member, Then find team, because I want this to have /team first. Add member, save. And then in here I want to have the button below the title, router, link to. Now I want to use a named route, so I need to connect this to JavaScript, so we add a :2 and name is add member, and we add a class, button is primary, add member. Okay, there are no errors, so it seemed that this was working. Yes, and the good thing about using this instead of hard typing the URLs is that we can just say add member, and if I now go in here and change this, you don't have to update the code everywhere you use reference to this page. Great. So now I want to add the form here, so I can actually just copy the sign up form. So copy all of this. Go back to add member, paste it, and yes, that's it there. And I can copy the submit form functionality. Methods, paste it there. Okay, I also need to copy a couple of other things like this data array. And I also need to import these two, the Axios and the Toast. Great. So now I will change this later in this series because I want to make it possible to invite users and not just add them manually like this. I think I got one too many curly braces. Okay, just seeing that everything here is okay. Change this the toast to the member was added. And I don't want to go back to this. Here I want to go back to name team. Okay, so now I think I can save that. No errors here. Great, so now let me try to add a different user, code 2, and then the password. Submit. Okay, the member was added, but it's not here. And that is because I was just adding the user like this. So I need some functionality to connect this user to the team. And to do that, I want to add one more view to teams.view. Here I want to add a new API view. Post, because I just want to accept post requests. Def add member request. And then I want to get the team. And I also need to get the information from the front end because you need to pass in the email for the user. So data equals response dot data. Actually, I think I can just say email like this. Email print email. Just want to see that you actually get this way. Email return response. This can be empty. Return. And then I want to say user equals user.object.get username equals email. And then we can say team.members.add user team.save. Great. And then we need to add this to the URLs. Add it at the end there. make a copy of this. Add member, and add member. Great. So then we can go back to the add member.view and we can copy all of this. I can wait with this. Take it out and just append it at the end here instead. No, that's not correct. It will have to be in there. Sorry. And here I say teams / add member and email data. And create a new object, const email data, email this.username. Can remove this, and then we can try again, because now we will call this, pass in the email address, and then we will get it in the backend and append it as a member. Got no errors, so we can try code 3. Submit. Okay, got an error. Response is not defined. No, that was probably supposed to be request .data. So we can try again. Okay, that was a very long error. Submit. And I got the same type of error again. User is not defined. To import it up here from django.contrib.auth.models import user. Save. Let's try it one more time. Okay, now it was added there. Perfect. But I see here that I got an error. Why did I get that? Okay, we can try one more time just to see what's going on. Submit, and now everything was working. Perfect. I think the problem was that the user was actually exist before, so this should maybe be moved inside here. Can try that, because now we won't go to this if the user isn't created. So let's remove that line. Then we can remove the await on that Axios. So let's try one more time just to see that it's still working. Code with Stein 2. This user already exists, so I just want to see if I get an error now. Yeah, user that already exists, so we don't go through with this, but if I add one that doesn't exist, everything is working. Perfect. So now we have the functionality to add members to our team. Nice. Let me just try to log in with one of those members. Code with Stein 5. And yes, I can still access this team. Perfect. But this should not be available for this user, but that is something I have to fix at a later point. But everything here is now working. In this part, I'm going to make it possible to assign a lead to a member. But first, I want to make it possible that only the owner of the team can add members. And to do that, we need to go into team.view. Up here where we show this add member button, I only want to show this if we are the owner. So here we can say template v if team.createdby.id equals store.state.team. No, sorry, user.id. So if these two are the same, this will be rendered. So close this and save. We can go back to the browser to see this. If you go into team, there is an error. Can't read the property ID of undefined. That is probably because I need to add this as an object down here temporarily before we get it from the server. So refresh, and now the button is gone. And I think that is because that this is stored as a string in the database. So if I parse int, save, now I have the button there. Perfect. So that was task 1 finished, and we can set it to done. So now the next step is to make it possible to assign leads to a member. And to do that, we need to first update the lead model, because we need to add information here about who the assignee is. So find models.py in the lead app folder, and then above created by, I say assigned to equals models.char field, foreign key of course, user object, the related name can be assigned leads on delete models.set null, because we don't need to delete a lead just because we delete a user. And since we can't set this to null, we need to make this possible, because not all leads will be assigned to a person. So now we can save that, and we can go back to the terminal so we can update the database, make migrations, and migrate. Perfect. Now we can run the server again, so we have it in the background, and we can go back here, and the lead model is now updated, so we can set it to done. Next step now is to update the lead serializer, because we want to get this information to the front end. So here above created it, assigned to, and you can add it at the bottom or wherever you want. I just want to have it here. And we want to have more information about the user. Right now we'll just get the ID. So up here we can import the user serializer from the team, from team.serializers import user serializer, and then we say assigned to equals user serializer, and set read only to true, because we don't want to create a user when we create a lead. Great. So now we will access this information in the front end as well. We can set this to done. And to make it possible to assign a user, we need to override the update function in the views.py file. Just like we do here on a team, we need to do the same thing, but with the assigned to user. So here we need to create a new function, def perform update self serializer, and then in here I want to get the object obj equals self.get object. This is the current lead we have, and then member ID equals self.request.data. This is information we get from the front end, assigned to, so this will be a user ID. And then we can check if this exists. So if member ID, then we know that we have assigned it to a user. Then we need to get the user from the database, objects.get pk for primary key equals member ID. And since we're going to use this, we need to import it from Django, from django.contrib.auth.models import user. And down here we can say serializer.save assigned to equals user. So now we'll save this and set assigned to the user we have selected in front end. And if the member ID isn't there, we can just say serializer.save, and there won't be a user assigned to it. Great. So now I can set this to done, save. And the next step now is to find the edit lead, so we can add the functionality here to select which member we want to assign to. So I can copy this since this is a select list. And instead of saying priority, we say assigned to. And this should be lead.assigned to. We can have one empty first there. Select member. Now we can set this to selected. Then if I just remove one of these, and then I want to make this iterable, because now we want to loop through all of the members in our team. So v bind value member.id. Here I want to say v4 member in team.members, and v bind id member.id. So it's unique. Okay, I get an X here because this should be vbind key, of course. And then here we can show member.username. Like that. Great. So now we just need to make it possible to get this from the backend, because now we don't have access to the team on this page. So here we can say team, make it an object, and in here we need the members, just so it doesn't crash before we get information from the backend. And then here we can say this.get team, and we already have a function for this in team.view. So here we can copy all of this function, get team, go back to edit lead, and just paste it below the submit form, like this. So then we can save this, try to go to the browser and test this. Then I just go to leads, go into a lead, edit it, then I have the select list here, and I can choose code to update. The lead was updated and I don't got any errors, as I can see. Perfect. So if I just now go back here, I can set this to done and done. And then the next step now is to show assignee in the list of leads. So leads.view. Here after contact person we can say th assigned to, and close the th. And here again td. Here I want to use the template if directive lead.assigned to. So if this So if this has a value, then we can show it. So lead.assigned to .username, and close the template like that, and also close the td, save. If I now go to leads, you'll see that this is assigned to code 2, perfect, and this doesn't have assigned in to person, perfect. So now I can set this to done as well. Next step now is to show the assignee in the list detail page. And to do that, I can just make a copy of this and go to lead.view, and I want to show it here above the status. I can use this v-if here as well. So p strong assigned to, close the strong and close the p, like that. If I now go into this, you will see assigned to there, perfect, and this doesn't have assigned to person yet. Great. So then I can set this task to done as well. Today we're going to go through these tasks, which are making it possible to add clients and similar. So the first thing we want to do then is to have a list of clients in the CRM. To do that, I can copy the leads.vue because much of these will be the same. So if I just copy all of this content and then create a new file called clients.vue, then I can paste it here. And then I can just start renaming a few things like clients and dashboard clients add client, and I want to loop through each client in clients and bind the client.id to the key. And this can just be like this for now, so I can do down here first. If I replaced clients there as well, and clients, and get clients, get clients, and I can just do this for now, like that. Actually, now I see here that there was an error here. Just go back and fix that first. I have not added a await here. So let's just fix that before I continue here. I can add it here as well, await Axios. Great, so now we have this functionality, and up here I want to say name, which will be the client name. Here we also want a contact person, but I don't want it assigned to, and we don't need a status here either. So I can just remove this. So here I want to say client.name and client.contact person, so we know who the contact person for that client is. And we want to link this to the client detail page, client.id, like that. So now this template should be ready. Just to move that there so it's a little bit cleaner. So now we can import this to the router. Can add it at the bottom, import client from /views dashboard clients.view, at the S there as well, of course. So if I now scroll down, I can go to the bottom, I can copy the leads, paste it, clients, clients, and clients, and save. So the next step now is to just make a link up in the menu so we can go to this page. And copy this as well, clients and clients, and save. So if you now go to the browser, we have a new button here, clients, like that, perfect. But we don't have anything here yet, so we can show a message saying that to the user. Up here over the table, we can say template vif client.length. So then we will render the table, close that, template velse. You don't have any clients yet. Then close that paragraph and close the template and save. Go back and now we see this message. Perfect. So now we can set this task to done. And then the next step now is to make it possible to add clients. So first thing we need then is a new Django app and database model. So I can go to the console and stop the server. It's Python manage by start app client. Whoops. RMFR cleanet. It's a typo. Client. Great. Before I run the server, I want to fix the model and also register it with the settings.py. Client.apps.clientconfig. Save. And then we can go to the database model again, I think I just want to make a copy of the leads model because I want a few things from this. So just copy all of this content, close it. Then we can go to client models.py and paste it here. And here I don't want the status. And I can rename this before I forget it. But I want a team, but we need to rename this to clients. And instead of saying company here, we can say name. And I want this information, but we don't need confidence or estimated or status or priority, and not assigned to either. But it's nice to know who created it and when it was created and similar. So then I can save this and then update the database. Python manage.py make migrations and Python manage.py migrate. So then we can run the server. And now that we have a separate model for the client, we later here can add notes and similar just for the clients and not for the leads. So then we can set this first to done and we can work with the serializer. And again, I just want to make a copy of the content of the leads serializer. And then create a new file in here, serializers.py, paste it. Here we want to import client and replace lead with this. We don't want the assigned to here, so we can just remove the user serializer client and then rename company to name, remove these 4 values and save. So that was the serializer done. Then we can create the views. So again, just copy this, go back to here and paste it in views.py. And here I want to import the client and also the client serializer and call this client viewset. And the serializer class I want to use is of course client serializer, and I want to use the client model here. Besides that, this can just be the same and perform update. There I can remove this like that. Actually, I don't need the perform update here, I think. And this can be the same. Perfect. Now we can save this and create the URLs file. Just want to set this task to done first. And then it's the urls.py file. So it was a lot of copying now, but it's okay. Create a new file, urls.py. Import the client viewset. Rename to clients. And rename to clients. And that was it there. So now we just need to import this to the main URLs file in Django CRM Django there. Auth API / v1 include client.urls. Great, so now we should have access to the clients from the backend. So we can set this to done. And we can set this, we can now start making it possible to create clients in the front end. So if you now make a copy of all of this content in add lead.view, create a new file, add client.view and paste it. We can start replacing a little bit of things like add client, replace name with name, contact person we want, email, phone, website, remove these 2, remove this one, and also that one. The rest of this can just be like this. And we want to rename this to add client, And we can remove these 4 values. Rename this to client and remove and replace with clients. Client. The client was added and redirect it back to /clients. Great. And that was that page. So now we need to import this to the router. Add the client like that. So then we can scroll down, copy this, client /add. Here I want to use add client, like that. So now I think we can set this task to done. We can go and test, and also this, but we can test it just to make sure that it's working. Add client, here just say client 1, contact person, the email at gmail.com, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, google.com, and submit. And that did not work. Got a 500 error. Assigned to is not valid for model client now. Where is that? Okay, I forgot to remove assigned to from here. So save, and we can try again. Now 400 bad request. Okay, I got an error because the website is empty or missing from this list. So add that there, refresh, we can try again. No, I got the same thing with name, because this should be name. That probably goes here as well, like that, sorry. Okay, refresh, now there's no errors, so we can try again. Submit, and now the client was added, but it's not showing here in the list yet. And that is probably just because we removed this. So if we remove this comment here, replace this with clients and this with clients, save. Got a new error. No match for that. Okay, it's because I haven't created the detail page for client yet. So up here, I just want to remove this for now. Refresh, and now we can see this. Perfect. So then we can go to the to-do list again, and now we should have this, which is already done actually. The only thing missing is the link to the detail page. So if I go back here, just undo, so we have it back here again. But if I save now, the page here won't work. But we're going to fix that now by creating the detail page, client.view. By the way, a few weeks ago I started a new Discord server for Code with Stein. So if you want to come there and chat with me or some other subscribers for my channel, please come and join us there. I will add a link to this in the description below. So just make a copy of the contents of lead.view, paste it, and start replacing get client, like that. Also forgot to add the await here. So just go back to lead and fix that before I continue. Save. Client. This dot client. Client ID. Client and client. Great. So then this can be like that. confidence and estimated value can be removed, status and priority and assigned to can be removed. I can remove this edit lead link because we don't have the edit page yet, but we can rename this to client.name. And also these lead should be replaced and save. So now this page should be finished and we can import it to the router. Like that, now it's imported. And we can copy this and just say :ID. I want to use the client name and the client component or page. So save, refresh. Now the details page or button is showing. You can click it and it will be sent here and we get the information about this client. Perfect. So that means that everything here is also done now. The page for the client, and we also get the information from the server. So this whole task can be set to done. And then we just want to make it possible to edit the client. So still going to copy a little bit of the lead, copy the whole file, create a new file, edit lead.vue. Edit client.vue. So we can begin up here by renaming this to client.name. Name, and it should be client.name, of course. Client.contact person, client.email, client.phone, client.website. Remove these two, remove, and also remove. And this can just be like that. Edit client. Replace this with client. You can just remove the theme because we are not going to use that in this page. You can remove the get theme function. Like that. And then to replace the get lead with get client. Client ID. Client. Like that. Clients and this dot client, which refers to this object, which gets information from the server at first. Clients and client ID. So we can then save this because now everything here should be finished. And then we need to import it to the router. Edit client, and append it to the list here, /edit, and save. Great, so now we just need a button up here for going to the edit page. So let's just copy it from here again. Go back, paste it, edit client.id, and save. So if we now refresh, just go here, we have the edit button, and if I try to edit here, edited, it's also changed up here, and update, and now it was changed. Perfect. So now we can add, view, and edit clients as well. Perfect. So I can set this task to done, done, and done, and done. So now that we have the possibility to do all of this with the client, we're going to work more with clients in the next part of this series. Today we're going to make it possible to add notes to a client and also edit them and show them. And after that, we're going to make it possible to change information about the users. So this way you can add the first name and last name to the users. First, we're going to start by adding notes to clients. There we need a model. And I want this to be appear in Django, of course, and in the client and models.py. And then here we can just say class note models.model. And here I want the team field, so I can just copy it from up here. Rename this to notes. And I also want a reference to the client, since the team can have multiple clients. So client equals models.foreign-key client. Related name is notes, and on delete equals models.cascade. And then I want the name for note. I can just copy it from here. And a body, which is a models.text field. I can set this to blank equals true and null equals true, in case you just want to add the name of a note in the first. Great, so that's the model. So we can go to the command line and update the database. Python manage.py, make migrations, and Python manage.py migrate. Great, so now we have the database model for storing notes in the database, and that's the first task done. And then we can go to the serializer. I still want to be in the client here. First we can import note up here, and then below here class note serializer, serializer.model serializer, class meta, and the model is of course note, and the fields I want should be ID, and I want the name, and I want the body. I don't think that I need a team or client, so I just leave it for now. So there we can set this task to done, and we can continue to create a view set for this. So in views.py we first import the note model, and then we import the note serializer. And then at the end here we can create a class note view set, viewsets.model viewset, because we want all of the functionality like create, edit, view, and delete. And then the serializer class is the note serializer we just created. The query set is note.object.all, and I think I can just copy these. Okay, first I can copy the get create query set there, because I want to filter them by team, but I also want to filter them by the company, the client ID. And to get the client ID, I just want to use the request.get parameter client ID, so I can pass this in the URL. And .filter client ID equals client ID. And it's okay to say client underscore ID, because that's basically what this actually says. This is a reference to the client ID, but Django fixes all of the other things for us. Great, so now we can get these based on the client and the team. Perfect. So then we need to copy the perform create. Oops. There. Okay, so we use the team and the created by. I didn't add the created by to the database, but we should actually have that. So I can copy this. And okay, we can also have the created at, so we just know when it was created, and also the modified. And then replace this with notes. And now we need to update the database again. First make migrations. Okay, I need to add a default value to this. I can just set time zone .now. And I also need a default value for this. And here I also want to pass in 1, which is the ID for one of the users. Great. So then I can migrate and run the server. So then I can go back here again. So now this will be filled out. Perfect. And also modified and created. That will happen automatically. Okay, and here to get the client ID, I want to get this the same way as here. Now we can actually send this as a post data. So client ID equals request dot data client ID. And then we set client ID equals client ID, like this. I hope this should work. So that's it for now. We can go back here, set this to done. Now we just need to import the things we created to the URLs page. So inside client urls.py, here we include router.register notes, note view set, and the base name is notes. And also need to import this here and save. So now most of the things in the backend is finished, and we can go and create a page for adding notes. So in the dashboard, create a new file, add note.view, and I can make a copy of one of these since we will have a few of these fields. So just copy the content of add client and paste it here. Add note, and we want the name, but we don't want the contact person, but we can rename this to body. And instead of an input field here, we want a text area. And it can have that vModel, but I want a class of text area. And then just close the text area. And the rest of these fields can just be removed. So now we only have the name, body, and a submit button. Great. And we can rename the add client to add note. And instead of saying all of this, we just want the body, which is default empty. Create a new object here, note. We want the name, but we don't want this for here. So then we can remove this. And here we want to pass in the client ID we are on. So client ID, this dot route dot params dot ID, because we are going to be on a specific client ID when we add this. So this client ID is the one we get here in a request.data, and we pass in there. Great. So then we can rename this to notes and pass in the note object, and the note was added. And here I want to redirect you back to the client page. So name client and params ID client.id, which is not existing, but we can replace it with this route params.id, like that. And then everything there should be okay. So we can save this. Then we need to import it to the router. Just make a copy of one of these. Add note. And then we need to find the client detail page. There. Make a copy of this, or we can make a copy of the edit actually. Add note, or add dash note. Add note and save. And then the last thing we need to do to test this is to go to client.view, and then we need to add a button here. So first we can add an HR just to separate this a little bit. Div class column is 12, h2 class subtitle notes, and then a router link :2, and then I can make a copy of this, add note, and the ID is client.id because that we have access to here. Add note, close the router link and close the div and save. Great, so now you just want to see that there are no errors. Perfect. So now we can go to the browser to test this. If we go into client 1 here, now we have the notes here, and we have an add notes button or link. So just click that. I just want to open this so we'll see if there are any errors. Yes, contact person. Where is that? This of course should be body. Save, refresh, and the error is gone. Note 1, the body. Submit. Okay, got a 500 error. Request is not defined. Okay, I think that is okay, because there should probably just be self.request and self.request. Save. Again, try again. Submit, and now the note was added. Perfect, and no errors in the backend. So now there should be a note we can show here. Perfect. So that means we can go to the to-do list and set this task to done, and we have also sent the information to the server. So now I want to make it possible to show the notes on the detail page of a client. So we can go back to client.vue, and here I want to have an array notes. Like this should just be empty, and after this.get client I can say this.get notes, or I can just actually do it in here. So yes, remove this, and I can create a new Axios in here. Await Axios, and then I want to copy this notes and just add question mark client ID equals, like that, remove the last slash there. So this client ID here will be the one we get here in the request.get parameter. Perfect. And then we get a response, then response. This.notes equals response.data. And if we get any errors, we just show them in the console. Great, so save now, refresh, no errors but no notes, so we need to add them up here below the router link. Div class box v4 note in notes vbind key, so it's unique, note.id, and then h3 class is size 4, and we want to show note.name there, and p note.body, and close the div. So now we have note here, but the body is missing. Note.body, but why is it missing? We have it here in the serializer, and the model it's named body. Yes, it's because this says this.contact person body. I didn't see that, I didn't replace this, so it should be this.body. So now it should work by creating new notes. We can create one more. Note 2, the body of note 2. Submit, and now it's shown there. Perfect. Okay, I just want to convert this add note to a button. So class button is success. Great, and then MB6, so we get a little bit space below it. Perfect. So now we are able to add and show the notes. Then we just need to make it possible to edit notes as well. So the first thing we need then is a new page. edit note.view, and I can copy the add note because much of this will be very similar. Edit note, the name, the body, and this can just be like this, or we can update this to update. Actually, I want to change this to edit note, of course, and this should be note, which is an object, and then instead of saying here we can say note.name, note.body, which means we can remove this, and instead of sending in this we say this.note, so we just pass in the note we are on, and the note was updated. We don't want to use a post request here, we want to use a patch, because then the backend knows that we want to update this. And the rest of this can just be like this. No, here I need to insert the note ID, this.note.id, and I need to change these to backticks, so we can pass in variables in here. Great, so now I just need some functionality to get the note from the backend. So mounted this.getNote, async get note, and we made this functionality many times, so we can go into one of the other pages and copy the content here. So just copy the whole function from, for example, lead. Here we want to get the note ID from the parameter. It should be note_ID, notes, and note ID, and this.note equals the data we get from the server. Great, and that was the whole edit note page. So now we need to import this to the router. So edit note, pass it in there, scroll down, and we can copy this one, but instead of saying add note here, I want to say edit note, and we need to pass in the note ID here. So here we get the client ID if we want that later, but we also get the note ID. Edit note and save. So then we can go back to client.view, and then we want to add the edit button below this body. To do that, I can just make a copy of this one, replace it with edit note. Here I want to pass in the client ID, but also note ID colon note.id. Edit note. So now we have the button for editing. Great, we can try to edit this one. Okay, we didn't get information from the server. Got the 404 error. And that is probably because I didn't pass in the client ID. So we need to go back to edit note. And then here say client ID equals, and pass in client ID, and we can get it the same way here. Oops, const client ID equals this.route.params.id. So now we have information note 2 and the body of 2 changed, update, and the same problem is here now that I didn't pass in the client ID to the update page. So I think if I just pass it in like that, copy the functionality to get the client ID, save. I think that's it, so it changed. Yes, now it was updated. Perfect. Okay, I need to fix this button because it looks kind of weird. Because they should use MT6, so margin top 6 instead. So we have a space above instead of below the button. Great. So then we have possibility to add, view and edit notes. So we can set this to done, this is done, and then this is done. And the next step now is to add an endpoint for getting information about the user. I want to just add this in the user profile, no, the team functionality here. So in serializer here, we're going to use this serializer. Because the first name and the last name is already fields on the user, we just haven't used them yet. So here in the views.py, to create a new function here. So at the top here, we can import the user serializer. And we also need to import a few things from the REST framework. From REST framework .views import API view. I want to create a custom view for this functionality. And we also need to get the response. We already have that there. And we need status. So here we can just append status together with view sets. Status. And then we can create below the team view set, since this will be a class, it fits here very well. Class user detail. And then we pass in API view there. The first function I want to create in here is a get object function, so we can very easily check if an object exists. So def get object self primary key try return user.objects.get pk equals pk, and we already imported the user at the top there. And if it doesn't exist, we can say accept user.does not exist raise http 404. That means we need to import this as well. It comes from Django, so from django.http import http 404, and this function here will be reused throughout this class. So now we want to create the get functionality, which is almost the same as the get query set up here. Def get, I need to pass in self, the request, the primary key, and format equals none. And then to get the user, we say user equals self.get object, pass in primary key. So here we use this function, and I just want to do this in case we want to edit another person which is not ourselves. The serializer we want to use is of course user serializer, and here we want to pass in the user, and then we can just say return response serializer.data. So this essentially does the same thing as this thing here, so we can get the user, but we don't get all of the other functionality. But there is a reason for that, and that is I just want to make this a little bit simpler, and it's also nice to know how to use this API view. So if you now just copy this, go to urls.py, we can import it here. Then we can pass it in at the top here, path. You can say teams as the first part in the URL, user or member. And here int pk, which is the user ID. Then we want to pass in user detail.s_view, make it a function. Name user detail and save. So now it should be possible to get information about a certain user from the front end. And then to check that that is working, we can go and create a new function here. edit member.view. And since this is edit page, I can go to edit note, copy all of that, since much of it will be the same. Edit member. Here I want to make it possible to edit first name. User.first name and last name. Oh, sorry, copy this because it's supposed to be an input field. Last name, and then the update button. And here I want to rename this to edit member. This can be user. This.get user. Get user. And then the user ID should just be params.id like this. And then I want to pass in the user ID here. User ID teams/member, and then the user ID. This.user equals this. Great. And we want to use this here when we are updating it afterwards as well. Haven't created the backend functionality for this yet, but it's coming soon. Here we need to pass in the user ID, and we want to send the information from this.user to the backend. The user was updated, and then I want to send you back to team like this. Remove one of those. Perfect. Whoops, sorry. This should be members. No, sorry. Teams/member, and save. Just want to see that there are no errors. Perfect. So if I now go to team, where we list out the members, it should actually redirect you back to my account, because right now we just want to make it possible to edit your user. So if you now go back to my account, I can add a button here. First div class buttons, so we get a little bit space between these two buttons. And then the edit button, if I go back to, for example, lead, I just need to copy one of these named routes. I always forget the syntax for them. Like that. Edit user, pass in store.state.user.id, which is your user. Edit, and I want to indent this as well, and then we can close the div and save. So if I now go back to my account, I get the error here. Okay, I can't find edit user. No, of course not. I forgot to add it to the router. So first import it, edit user, pass it in there. If you now find edit, I can find the team actually. Edit member, and then pass in ID like that. Edit user, and refresh, can't resolve. Edit user. Okay, what did I call it? Edit member. Edit member. That's what it should be called all over the place actually. Save. Refresh. Still not working. No. Okay, go back to my account again. Replace it with edit member. Now we have the edit button there. Perfect. And I don't have a name for me yet, but I can try to change it. Code with Stein. Update. And this will of course not work because we don't have anything in the backend to receive this data. So that's the next step now. We just need to go back to views.py, and in here we need to create the put functionality. Put is almost the same as patch. So self request pk format equals none. And then we get the user the same way as here, and also the serializer. But here we also want to pass in data equals request.data, which is the information we get from the front end. Now we can check if it's valid. If serializer.is valid, then we call serializer.save and return serializer. No, sorry, you're supposed to return this like that. And if it's not valid, we say return response serializer.errors and status equals status.http 400 bad request, because then there's something wrong. Okay, no errors, so we can just try to submit this again, but we got a new error, it's not allowed. Okay, there I made it work by going in here again and changing patch to put. So if I now go to edit, I get the code with Stein name, perfect. Now we can change information about the user. And in the next part of this series I want to show it here, for example, show the name instead of the username, and other places we use the full name of a user. Great. So if I now just go back here, I can set this to done. Oops. And this to done. And this to done. Today we're going to make it possible to show full names in the CRM, create a button so you can convert a lead to a client, and also create a model where you're going to set up the plans for the teams. And later we're going to implement this so we have limitations on how many clients and leads a team can have before they need to start paying or upgrade their plan. So first we can do this on the leads page. So if I open up leads.vue, and instead of just showing the username here, we want to show the first name and the last name. So make a copy of this and last name. If I go back here now, you will see John Doe instead of just the username. So it's much easier to understand who it's assigned to. And the same thing should be done in here on the detail page. So open up lead.vue and just replace the username with this. Now you see the name there as well. Perfect. And then I think you need to do the same thing here on the members page. So this is team.vue. And we can actually show the username instead, in case someone wants to know what it is. Full name. So we can add one more th, td, and save. Okay, there was an error. Yes, because this should of course just be member.firstname and member.lastname. Now we have the email and then the name there. Perfect. If I refresh, the error is gone as well. Great. So then I can set the first task to done, and we can go to the next one, which is converting a lead to a client. To do this, I need to create a view in the backend, and if I scroll up and I find the client, I think I can put it in there. So here I want to create this. I just need to open up the team app because there's a few things I want to copy. If I scroll up, I want to copy the API view and the response. I can actually copy all of these four and Django HTTP as well. So then I can go back to the views.py for the client and paste this here. So then I can remove this one. And I want to put this in the middle there, so it's alphabetically. Great. So if I now scroll to the bottom, oops, I can create the view here. So I begin with the decorator API view, and I only want to accept post requests. Parentheses around this. And I want to create just a simple function-based view here because it's easier for the task we're going to do. And then def convert lead to client request. And here we want to get the team just like we do up here, because we only want to convert leads if you are the owner or if it belongs to your team. This should be request.user. And then we want to get the lead ID from the form or the button we are clicking on in the front end. Lead ID equals request.data lead ID. And then try, because we want to check if this lead exists. So lead equals lead.objects.filter team equals team.get where primary key equals lead ID. And if it doesn't exist, we can write except lead.does not exist. So then we know what the error is, and we can erase an HTTP 404 error. Okay, so I get a little line under this because lead is not imported. So above this team models, from lead.models import lead. So we have that imported as well. And then below here, when we have the lead, we can create a new client. So client equals client.objects.create team equals team, and name equals lead.company. So I can copy the model from the lead so I know what fields we have here. We're going to use a few of these. I think it's this one at least. Just paste them here for now so we have them there. And this. So it's just the same 4 fields here. Great. So now that we have the name, we can also set the contact person equals lead.contact person, and email equals lead.email, and then we have the phone and website. Phone equals lead.phone, website equals lead.website. So then I can remove this. So now when this function is run, we will get the lead, and I will create a client based on the information we have in the lead. And we can also set a created by, so we know who created the client. Created by equals request.user. And that's all the fields we need there. Now we can return response, and this can just be empty. Great. So if I now copy this, I can import it to the URLs like that. I want to add this at the top here part. And then we pass in this name and add a name. And save. So now this should be possible to reach from the front end by going to /API/v1/convert lead to client. So now we just need to create a button in the front end. So if you scroll down and find lead.view, then we can create a div here first, div class button, so we can have a little bit space between these 2 buttons, and then button at click convert to client, convert to client, close the button, close the div. We can add a class to this, class button is info. Then we need to create this function. So when we click this button, we call this function. This should be async. First, we can do this. So we add the loading bar, false. And we also want the lead ID here as well. And I can make a copy of this, paste it there. But this should be a post request, and it should not go to leads, but convert lead to client. Const data, you can create the data object to send in lead ID. And if we then just append this at the end here, this should be now sent to the backend. Console.log converted to client, and then we can redirect the user to the client's page. So this.router.push /dashboard/clients and save. So now we can go to the browser and test this. Just see that there are no errors. So now go to lead, go into this one. Now we have the new button here. If I click it, converted to client, and now under clients I have Apple as a lead. Perfect. So now I can convert a lead to a client. And if I edit this, you'll see that I can configure the information we have stored about this client. Perfect. And I can add the notes as well. So it's just a normal client. Great. So if I now find the to-do list, I can set this to done. Oops. And then next task now is to create a model for the plans for the teams. So if I scroll up, find the team app, models.py, then above the team I can say class plan, models.model. Then I want the name, so I can copy this. This is just the name of the plan. And I can say max leads equals models.integer field, default equals 5. Let's say that the free user should have maximum 5, and maximum clients can also be maximum 5. And we want the price for this, so we can have a monthly price. Price equals models.integer field, default 0, since there's a default price is 0 for the free plan. And then we can set a default string representation of this, return self.name, so it's easier to see in the backend what plan we are on. And I also want a reference from the team to the plan. So at the bottom here we can say plan equals models.foreign key, and pass in plan related name equals team, actually teams, so you know all of the teams a plan has. On delete models.set null, because we want to have this field possible to set null. So null equals true and blank equals true, in case you are not on a plan, but then you know you're on the free plan anyway. So save this, stop the server so we can update the database, make migrations and migrate, and run. Now I just want to make these two available in the Django admin area so we can check that everything there is working. From .models import team and plan, and admin.site.register team, admin.site.register plan. Save. So if I now go to the admin area, we see that I have the teams and the plans here. Perfect. So let's add the free plan, price 0, max 5. And small team, we can have 15 leads and 15 clients, and it should cost $10 per month. And big team, 50 leads, 50 clients, and $25. So you see the free, small, and big team. Perfect. And if I now go to teams, find my team, I can assign this to the free plan for now. But we are not going to do anything in the front end today for this, so I can just go and set this to done. Great. So that was the beginning of the plans thing for this CRM project. Hi, in today's video we're going to add search functionality to the CRM. So as you can see here, if I try to search for test, I will only get company with the name test in their name. And I can also search for John, which will give me the same thing because the contact person is John. If I remove this, you can see this. If I search for Tim, I will only get contact person Tim. Great. And we will also add some simple pagination. If I just go back to the code, just want to show you. If I change the page size to 2, refresh, you see here, I can go to the next page, back again. And when you go to the end, the next button is gone. So let's begin with the first task, which is add pagination to the leads page. So on this page, I want to go have a next and previous button. So the first thing we need to do then is to go to the code and find the views on leads. So here. The first thing I want to do here is to import pagination from the REST framework. From REST framework dot pagination import page number pagination. And then I want to create a separate class for the lead pagination class lead pagination, and then we pass in the class we're going to use there. And I want to set the page size to 2. You can increase this later, it's just for testing since I just have a few leads for now. And then I can just set here pagination class equals lead pagination, save. And if I now go back and refresh, I get an error. Okay, I think it's because the data has changed a little bit. So if I find leads.view, just want to run a console log on the data we get. Okay, I already done that there. So here it's now data.results response.data.results. Fresh, and now we have 2 of these. Perfect. And then as you can see here, I also know what the next URL is supposed to be. Not there, but if I say console.log result response.data.next, then I know what the next URL is supposed to be. There. Just to go to page 2. Great. And next step now is to go to page 2, if there are a page 2. So I want to add a show next button, set this default to false, and show previous button, also default it to false. And then in here we can check that if response.data.next, then we know that we get a next page from the backend. This dot show next button equals true, and the same with previous. So if response.data.previous, then show previous button is true. And if I do this now, console.log response.data, you will see here that we have a count of 5 and we have a next. This shows the URLs but the previous is set to null. So now we will get the next button. If I scroll up and below the table, I can say div class buttons, button class button is light, v if show next button next. So if you want to show this button, this needs to be true. So if I go back now, we have a next button, but it's not working, so I need to fix that now. And at click, go to next page. And then we need to create this function. Async this.current page plus equals 1, and then we call this.get leads again. Like that. This does not need to be async, sorry. But we need to add the current page up here. And the current page is 1. So then I can save. And we need to pass in the page here as well. So if I change these to backticks, so I can pass in a variable here. Page equals this dot current page. So we can pass this in even if it are still just on page 1. So refresh now, and if I now click this, we will go to page 2. If I click one more time, we get this. But now this is still showing, and that's not correct. And that is because on the top of get leads, I should say this.show next button is false, and this.show previous button equals false, because we want to reset these every time. So then I can make a function for go to previous page, previous page, and here we can just say this.current page minus equals 1, and this.get leads. Then we can just make a simple copy of this button. Go to previous page, and we only want to show this if show previous button, and change the text to previous and save. If I now go to the next page, we'll get the previous button there, but I want this to be on the other side, of course. Like that. So now I go there, the next button is gone. If I go back now, okay, this dot go to previous page, little typo. Then I can go back, and when I come to the first page, the previous button is gone. Perfect. So now we have pagination on the leads page, and I can set this to done. But before I forget it, I just want to increase this to 10, which is a much better number to work with instead of 2. So then we just need to do the same for the client's page. So if I copy this, scroll up to client, paste it at the top here, and then I want to import the pagination here as well from Rest Framework.pagination import page number pagination. Change this to client pagination, and then we can just say pagination class equals client pagination. Can set this to 1 so we can test it here as well. So if I now go to clients, don't have any clients, that's because of the same error, I think. So I need to find client.view, clients, sorry. And instead of saying this.clients response.data, we set this response.data.results. So now we have one client here, but we need to add the next and previous button. Again, I can make a little bit copy of some of the code. So we can copy these three, go back to clients, paste them in the data array, and we can copy these two methods and paste them here, but we need to change this to get clients like that. And then I need to convert these to backticks so I can pass in the variable page equals this.current page. And I also need to do some changes in here because I need to reset these two buttons. And then last but not least, do this. So we show them based on if there are a next and previous page. And the last thing we need to copy is the buttons. So below the table, paste it, save, and refresh. Now we can go to the next and previous because I only have two clients. But the pagination there is also working. Perfect. So then we can set this to done.
Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to my Patreons. If you too want to support me, you will find a link to my Patreon in the description below.
And then the next step now is to add search to the leads. So inside leads here, below here, I want to have a search bar. So we can begin with that. If I go back to leads, then here add lead, add HR, form, dev class field has add-ons, maybe, dev class control, input type text, and this is class input. Close the div, and then we need to have a button, control, button class, button is light, search, close it, close the div, close that div, and close the form. Now we can check if I did correct. Yes, it seems to be correct, but we can have a different color, success, for example. Great. So now we have that search thing there, but we need to connect the field to the data array down here. So we can say v model query. Then we need to add that here. Query, set it default to empty. And when we submit this form, we want to call a function or a method. So v or @on dot prevent, because we don't want to submit the form to the browser. Submit form, but this is not correct. This is how you write it, @submit.prevent. Sorry, just paste it there. Then we can copy the submit form and create that method. Like that. Console.log, just want to check the query, this.query, and save. Very fresh now, and I want to search for Apple. You see here down here that we are trying to search for Apple. Great, so then we just need to send this in to the backend. And I can do that as well by using the get leads functionality. So what I can do then is to say this.getLeads, and up here in the same pages here I can say and equals search equals, and then we can pass in this dot query, because if it's now empty it won't give any results. I think we can try this out. Just refresh. Yes, we still get data from the backend. So I just want to go to the backend now and activate the search. So find the views.py in the leads page, and I need to import here with the view sets filters from Django or Django Rest Framework. And in the lead view set, I need to set something called a filter backends equals filters dot search filter. So now I can use search, and this is going to expect a keyword called search. And then I need to define what to search for. So search fields equals company, and I also want to search in contact person. These two are fields from here. You can search and add these if you want to. I just do this for testing now. And save, refresh, and we get everything here now, probably because this is empty. But if I search Apple now, I only get Apple back. Great. If I search A, I get all of these 5. If I search test, I only get test company. Perfect. So that's everything we needed for the search. So this is something called this is built into Django Rest Framework. And what we did here in the front end is just pass in a keyword or parameter called search in the get. And then we just pass in whatever we are typing in here. So now I can set this task to done. And then I just want to do the exact same thing for the clients. So here I can copy these 2 fields and find the views.py there, paste it here. But here I don't have a company, so here I need to use name, and I need to import filters up here. Save. So that's everything we need to do in the backend. It's so easy to add search like this. So then it's just the same changes in the front end. And actually, when I think about it, I can just remove this submit form button. And instead, up here where we are searching, I can just say get leads. Like that. And I can make a copy of this little thing. Go to the client's page, start adding it here as well. So append that there. We can append the query here. Like that. And then we just need to add the search bar here as well. So copy this, go back to clients, save, not get leads, but get clients. Save, refresh, go to clients, and now this is there. If I search client, I only get one, and if I search Apple, I get the other one. Perfect. But before I forget it, I just need to change this to 10. So if we now refresh, remove the search, we get all of the clients in my list. Perfect. So now we have search functionality in our app. Great. Today we're going to continue working on the plans. So first we're going to add some plans limitations in the front end, and then we're going to make a simple subscribe to a plan page. It's not going to use Stripe yet, but everything else will work. And the first thing we need to do to implement plans limitations is to go to the backend. And in serializers.py in the team app, we need to add a serializer for the plan. So first we can import the plan here. And then above the team serializer, we can say class plan serializer, pass in serializers.model serializer. And then the meta information we want here is model equals plan, and then the fields. Oops. And we want the ID, and the other fields we want here is the name, the max leads, the max clients, and the price. So name, max leads, max plans, and price plans, like that. And then we can add it at the bottom here as well. So if you just say plan equals plan serializer read only equals true, and then we can append it here at the bottom like that. So then when we use the function get my team, we will get the information from the team, because here we use the team serializer. So now we need to use this in the front end as well. So in the index.js, where we have this team object, we want to create 3 more fields here. Plan can be default empty, max leads, and default this to 0, max client, and default this to 0 as well. And then we want to add some more info here as well. 3 more of this. Plan, max leads, max clients. You can store it as like this. Max leads, max clients. Now we store all of this information also in the browser. Now we want to reset this. Plan, max leads, and max clients. We can default this to 0, so it's integers. And at the bottom here as well, we want to set this. So make a copy. Team plan, team max leads, and team max clients. Great. So now this should be stored in Vuex and also in the browser if we refresh, and when we log out and log in, we'll store this. So a little change I think we need to make is that inside the login view, I just want to test that the information we get here is correct. So here where we do this, I want to say console.log response.data, and as you can see here, we only pass in the ID and the name, but we want to pass in more here. So we can do this, it's a little bit cleaner. Plan response.plan.name, response.data.plan.name, max leads response.data.plan.max leads, and max clients response.data.plan.max clients, like that. So now I can go here and I can log out. Okay, see I get an error. It's from the backend. Field max plans is not valid for model plan. Max plans, no. Max clients, of course. Refresh, the error is gone, great. So then I can log out and log in again. Code.co.com. But if I now see in the console log here, you'll see that we have the plan object here with the ID, the max clients, max leads, and the name. And this is the current plan for this team. Perfect. So then we know that we have this information and we could show it here in the team page. So let's do that, just so that we know what plan we are on. So in team.view, we can show this information here. Just add an HR. We can actually add 2 just to separate this a little bit. P, strong plan. And that one should be store.state.team.plan. I think it's correct one. Close that P. Yes, plan 3. P, strong max clients. Store.state.team.max clients. Make a copy of this, rename clients to leads and max leads. Perfect. So now we have that information here. So now if I go to the leads page or the clients page, if you have more than 5 clients, I want to hide this button and then show a notification instead. So if I just copy this, and then I can go to the leads page. Then here I can say template vif, or I can just add this vif to this button. Vif, if this number is greater than the number of leads we have for this team, then we need to create a new variable called num leads. We can default this to 0, but here in get leads, where we get the leads from the backend, since we use this for filtering and similar, I think we need to do this 2 times actually. So if I just make a copy of this, paste it here, like that, and then I can remove the pagination and filter from here. And then I want to just console log this, because I want to see what we get from the back end. So if I go to leads and just refresh, you see that I have this count 5. That means that we have 5 leads for this client. And then I can say this.num leads equals response.data.count. And then we automatically hide that button there. Perfect. And that means that the limitation for the leads is now working. But when we reach the limit, we want to show a button or a notification here. So div class notification is danger, so it's a red notification. V else, so just show this if this is not rendering. You have reached the top of your limitations. Please upgrade. So now we see this instead of the button. Perfect. And then we want to do the exact same thing for the clients page. So here we can add this to this one. But we want to use max clients, of course, and num clients. I can scroll down and add it to this list. Default this to 0. I will make a copy of this as well. This.num clients equals response.data.count. Then I can remove these limitations like that. So if I go to clients, this is now showing because we only have two of the two clients for this team. But I still want to show the notification here if the limitation has been reached. So we can just paste this there. So vif and velse. Great. So now I've implemented the limitations for this project. And then the next step now is to, if we go into team, we should have a plans button here, so we can go into a plans page and subscribe or upgrade. So then the first thing I want to do is to find team.view, or I can set the first task to done just so that's done, and then it's make it possible to subscribe. So below here I can add a new paragraph, and then router link to, and then we want to use the name plans like that. Close this, change plan, close the router link. Remember to add a colon here, so we bind this and can use this in there. And then we save, and I will probably get an error because that page doesn't exist, so we need to fix that. The new page, plans.view. Then I can copy a little bit of this. Plans, close the div, close the div, close the div, close the template. And then I want a little bit of this script. I can copy all of this. And close the script tag, rename this to plans, and we don't have any data here yet, and we can remove the content from mounted, but everything else can be like this. Then we want to import this to the router. Just make a copy of one of these, plans, plans, and if we now find team, we can add the URL here, plans, plans, and plans. Great, so now we have this change plan button, and if I click it, we will see the plans title. Now I want to list out the three plans we have available here, the free, the small, and the big team. So then we can add some columns here. Div class column is for div class box. Then we have a subtitle in here. Class subtitle free. And then an h4 class is size 3. And here we can say $0 or $0. Like that, and I will make a few copies of this. Small team, that price for that I think was $5, no, $10. And the big team, which is $25 per month. So when I go back here, you'll see the free, and then the small and big team. And then below here, we can add P and say max 5 clients, close that, max 5 leads. For the small team, it's 15 clients and 15 leads. And the big team, I think I set 50 clients and 50 leads. You can change these numbers like you want. It's just for testing for me now. And then below this here, we can add a new button. Button at click. subscribe, and then we can pass in small team, subscribe, close the button, but we want to add a class to this. Class button is primary. Make a copy of this, big team, and we can also have this on free in case you want to downgrade. So save. Now we have the information about what the different plans gives us and the subscribe button. So when we click this button, we want to tell the backend that we are subscribing, and then we want to be redirected to a thank you page. So before I continue, I can just create that simple thank you page by copying all of this content. Create a new file called plans thank you.vue. Thank you. Then we can remove almost all of this. Thank you for subscribing to a plan. Plans, thank you. Oops, need to close that paragraph and save. Now we can import this to the router, so we have a place to be redirected to. Thank you. And append it after this one. Thank you. Oops. Like that. So now I can just close the router and this page because we don't need anything more here. But we need to create this functionality as well here. So methods, subscribe, plan, like that. And here we want to set the, and here we just want to go and copy a little bit from a different view. So I can copy this one, just all of the get leads, and paste it here. Then I can remove one of these. I can remove the get button like that. And sorry about this, a little bit messy. Like that, and set this to async. So we want to set this to is loading when we go into it, and remove the loading bar when we finish. Then we can create a data object to send to the backend. Const data plan, so we pass in which plan we want to subscribe to. And we don't want to get information here, we want to send information, so we need to use the post. Just to remove this. Teams, and we want to upgrade plan. And at the end here, we can pass in the data object to create here, so we can get the plan in the backend. And when that's done, we just want to redirect us back to the Teams page. So this.router.push dashboard/Teams. But since we have subscribed to a new plan, we also need to update the data we have in Vuex and the storage in the browser. So just like we do on login, you can just make a copy of this and go back to plans. So when this is finished, we can call this again and get all the information we need from the backend. And then we can redirect you to the Teams page. So then I don't need this one, like that. Or we can have it here and just console log it so you see that everything is okay. upgraded plan, and then save. So just want to check here that we don't have any errors. So now we just need to create this view in the backend. So if we find the team app, go into views, and then we can say at API view. Here we just want to support post requests, def upgrade plan request. And then we want to get the team, just like we do on all the other views here. Plan equals request.data plan. Then we should get the name, either free, small plan, or big plan, or a big team. Print plan. So we can see this in the console as well for the server. And then we want to get the plan from the database. So we need to import the plan here. Plan like that. If plan equals free, then plan equals plan.objects.get name equals free. Elif plan equals small team. Plan equals plan.objects.get name equals small team. I think that's the name for it. Big team and small team. Yes, perfect. Else or elif plan equals big team. Plan equals plan. Dot objects dot get name equals big team. So instead of using this way to get it, we could add, for example, a slug here or something, so we can use pass in small team like this in the database, so it's easier to get, but this works as well. And then we can say team.plan equals plan, team.save. And then we just say return response. And we can actually just return this data just like we do with getMyTeam. I can do this here and save. So now we get all the information we need in the front end. So if we go back here, we can copy this content, all of the content from then the response, and paste it here. So then we don't need to call 2 times to the server. So that should be it, I think. So we can try to test this now. Refresh, we don't have any errors. And if I click this, I get a method not allowed. And that's because I forgot to add it to the URLs file. So I need to copy the name of this, go to URLs, import it, and then path, teams/upgrade plan, pass it in, and set the name as well. Now we can try again, just refresh so the error is gone. Subscribe, and I was redirected, but this page doesn't exist because it's supposed to be just team. And now my plan is small team, and I have the max clients and max leads. Perfect. Just want to fix this, so redirect you to the correct page. Great. So now we should just show a simple toast, so we know that we have changed the plan. Just want to copy this from a different place. There was a toast. The plan was changed like that, and we just need to import this. Sorry, import the toast to have it available like that. Save. Now we can just try to do this again. Change plan, subscribe. The plan was changed and it's still small team. Perfect. So if I now go to leads, the add lead button is back again. Perfect. So what's left for this task, or everything is done for today, but we still need to implement Stripe, and that will be done here. So when I figure out which plan to subscribe to, we will send the information to subscribe to Stripe as well. Today's part we're going to install Stripe and start implementing it a little bit. The first thing we're going to do is to install Stripe to our project, and to do that we need to go to the command line and stop the web server. And it's easy to install because you just need to run pip install Stripe. And that was actually the first task done already. So we can set this task to done. Now we're going to continue with Stripe, and the first thing we're going to do is to create a Stripe account. I have already done it, but you need to do it now. Just go to stripe.com and sign up. When you've done that, you will go and get into the dashboard. And here you have a button called Developers, and in here you have something called API keys. These are something you're going to need in this project. So first, just click the publishable key to get it, and I need to go to settings.py, and here we're going to edit. So add a command Stripe, and I'm going to say Stripe pub key equals, and then paste it in there, and a reveal test key to get the secret key. This is the one we're going to use on the server, which no one should know about. Then I copy this. So then I say Stripe secret key equals, and paste it in there and save. So now I have the two API keys here. So I can then go to the to-do list. As you can see here, next task was to create, set this to done, and then the next step was to get the API keys. And next I want to create two products, because I want one for the small team and one for the big team. So go back here, and then we have something called products. And we can add product, small team, and then its pricing should just be standard pricing. Change this to US dollar and say $10, recurring monthly, and save product. So then we have this. We can copy this API ID, because this is going to be needed to buy this product. Can go and add this to the settings.py file as well. Stripe price ID small team equals, like that. And we want to do the same thing for the big team. Big team, this can be $25, I think it was the price, recurring and monthly, and save product. So then we copy the API ID again, create a new variable here, Stripe price ID big team equals, and paste it in and save. So now we have the API keys for everything we need for now from Stripe. So I can set this task as well to done. Our next step now is to make the public key available in the plans page. So I need to create a new API view so I can get this from the server. I could just paste it statically into the view file. It's just that then you have to do this twice when you deploy this to the server and similar. So it's easier to just do it the right way. So in the team, we can have it here. Create a new API view. At API view. This should only use get, def, get, stripe, pub key, request. And here we can just say pub key equals settings.stripe. If I can go back here now and copy this name, the pub key, it's important that it's not the secret key, like that. And now you see I get new error here. That's because we need to import Django. From Django, import settings, I think. No, this is supposed to be django.conf import settings, so we can access variables in the settings.py file. And then we can say return response. And then in here, I think we can just say pub key like this. And save. See if we get any errors. No, not for now at least. So we can copy this, go to the URLs, and then we can add it here. It might be a little bit weird to use the theme, so we can call it something else in here. Stripe/get API key. Then we paste in this name like that. And now we just need to append this to the list of views. So this is the address we want to call to get the publish key from the server. Now we can save this and we can find the plans.view page. And here I can say pub key, default is to empty, but when we mount this we want to call this.get pub key. Now I want to call this function async get pub key like that, and we can copy this loading here, false. And then we want to get it from server, so I can copy this and just modify it a little bit, copy and paste, and instead of saying upgrade there, we should say stripe get pub key. I think that was the address. If I go back to URLs, get stripe pub key. Like that. Now we can say console.log response.data just to see what we get from the server. .error catch error, of course. In case we get any, console.log error. Great. So then we can save, try to go to the plans page. Theme, change plan. Okay. This just keeps loading. Data is not defined, but there was no error as I can see. Response. No, sorry. This data was not, of course. And this needs to be changed to a get request. Sorry. Okay, so if I now refresh, you'll see that we got the pub key here. So now it's available, and I can say this.pub key equals response.data.pub key. So now we have it available in this template, which you're going to use when we submit the payment to Stripe. So now I can find my to-do list, and I can set this task to done. And then I just want to initialize Stripe in the front end. And to do that, I need to find a file here in the public folder called index.html. And below the title here, I want to say script src https://js.stripe.com/v3 and then close it. Now we have Stripe included, but we need to initialize this also on the plans page. So here I want to create one more variable or property called Stripe. This can default to null. And when we mount this, we want to say this dot stripe equals stripe. So then we use the stripe we included. And in here we send this.pub key. The problem now is that we can go to this before this is finished. So we need to set this to async. And we want to wait for this to finish before we go to the Stripe and initialize it. So if we save now, fresh, I just get a warning here that says that we are using HTTP, but that's fine for testing. Great, so now we have also initialized Stripe. Great, so then I can set the last task to done. And in the next part of the series, we're going to do the rest of this, where we are going to make it possible to click this, and then the payment will be sent to Stripe. We get the information back using a webhook, and then we can finalize the payment. Today we're going to finish the implementation of Stripe. First, you need to add some new fields to the database, specifically to the team model. So if I find the team app here and models.py, I want to add a few new fields here. I want one field for keeping track of the status of the plan, if it's active or if it's cancelled. So plan status equals models.char field, and I want this to be max length of 20 because we don't need any more here. And I want this to be a choice. So choices equals choices plan status. Default is plan active, like that. So as you can see here, I get this error, and that's because these are not defined up here. So I need to fix that now. Plan active equals active, and plan cancelled equals cancelled. And then I need to create this tuple of statuses. So now it's a tuple, and then I first pass in active, and then the cancelled. Great, so now I don't get any errors here. And then I want one field for keeping track of the customer ID, which this team will get in Stripe. So Stripe customer ID equals models.char field, and the max length can be 255 because this can be a little bit long, but this should be more than enough. Blank equals true and null equals true, because if you're a free team then you don't have this. And I want one for Stripe subscription ID. This is to keep track of if the subscription is valid and similar. There, so now I can save this and go to the command line and stop the web server, and then run make migrations to create the migrations file and run migrate. Perfect, got no errors, and the database is now updated, so we can run the server again. So if I now go back to the to-do list, you can set this task to done. The next step now is to download and install Stripe CLI. We need this to test webhooks from Stripe, so when we send the payment to Stripe, we need to get information back to us from Stripe and check that everything is okay. So if I go to this address, you'll get a description of how this is done. So install Stripe CLI. So you can see here, you just download this and then untar it or unzip it. And I've already done this. So if I just go to CD downloads, you'll see that I have a Stripe. This is executable file. And then I need to log in, which should be the next step here. Stripe login. Sorry, /Stripe login. And then I hit enter to open in the browser. Great, so now I got this here, and this is the same code as you can see here. And if I click allow access, you may now close this window and return to the CLI. So now this key, got this here, will be okay for the next 90 days. I don't need to keep track of this right now. And then I need to set up this CLI to forward requests to our API. I'm going to do that by saying /Stripe listen /forward to, and then the address to the server, which you can see here is 127.8000/API/v1/stripe/webhook. I will create this page soon. So if I hit enter now, you see that it wants me to upload, but I don't need to do that. But here I got the webhook signing secret. I need to add this to the settings.py file. So go back here and then we say stripe webhook key equals and paste it in there and save. So now that should be okay. And I will come back to creating the hook later when we come to that part. So now I can set this task to done and then it's finish Stripe implementation. It's a very big task, but I will try to split it up in pieces anyway. So the first thing you need to do is to go to plans.view. Here we need to change this subscribe function here, because you can't just tell the server to update our plan for free. So comment out this for now. Then you can create a new axios.post, and this should go to API/v1/stripe/create checkout session. And this is information we send to Stripe from the server, and then we get information back from them. Now we pass in data so we know which plan we have selected, if it's the big team or the small team. And then we get response back from our server. Response. Oops, here is something wrong, like that. And then in here we can say console.log response, just so we can see what we get from Stripe. And return this.stripe, which is a reference to the one we initialized here. Dot redirect to checkout, and then we pass in something called session ID, response.data.session ID. This we'll get from our server, and we will create this after we finish with this. And if we get any errors, we just want to show that for now. Catch error console.log error and save. So now everything there is okay, but we still need to do some more things in the backend before we can start testing. And in the settings.py I need to add 2 more variables here. I want one variable to where we are going to be sent after the payment is finished, and if we cancel the payment, front end website success URL equals http://localhost 8081, which is my address right now, dashboard/team/plans/thank you. And this page we created in one of the previous parts, so it will be sent in here to plans/thank you. And then you have the front and not success but cancel. This is if you start the payment process but click cancel, then we just send you back to the plans page like that. And then we're going to continue. So now I want to create this function which will call Stripe for us and get the session ID back. And then we know that everything is okay. So if you now find team/views.py, we can go to the bottom and edit here. At API view, here we want to get post data, def create checkout session, and then we pass in the request parameter. And here we want to initialize Stripe, but we haven't imported Stripe, so we can do that first. So if we just go to the top, we can import JSON, because we're going to need that, and import Stripe. Great, so now we have Stripe imported, and we can scroll down to the bottom again. And then in here we say stripe.api key equals settings.stripe secret key. So now we use the secret key instead of the one we publish and can show in the front end. Then we want to get the data from the front end. And we do that by saying json.loads, because we just want to pass this straight into JSON request.body. And the request.body is the data we have in plans. If I find that file, is the one we pass in here, so we can get the plan. And then when that's done, we say plan equals data plan. So then we know which plan the user have signed up to. And if plan equals small team, then we want to say price ID equals settings dot stripe price ID small team. And this price ID is the same thing as we got in the previous part. Else then price ID equals settings dot stripe price ID big team like that. Great. And then we want to get the team for the current user, so we can just copy one of these. And then I want to use a try catch here, because it will either work and then we get the session ID, or if not, we will just return the error to the user. So try checkout session equals stripe.checkout.session.create. And here we pass in client reference ID equals team.id. And then we create the success URL, which is the one we get from the settings, front-end website success URL, question mark session ID. And this should just stay like this, because Stripe will fix this for us when we are redirected back. And then I want to set the cancel URL, which is just the one we set up in the settings.py file. And then I want to set the payment method types, just add card here. And mode equals subscription. And line items should be a list, and then in here a dictionary. Price is price ID, so it's either small team or big team. And quantity is of course 1 in our case. So then everything there should be okay. And then below here is a return response session ID checkout session ID. Since this is something get from Stripe. And if there are an error, we can just say accept exception as E, so we get an error, return response error, and then we pass this into a string E. And that's it for this view. So then we can import this to the URLs file for team. Just paste it at the end there. And then path stripe / create checkout session, pass in the view, and set the name to the same. And save. So if everything here should be okay, we still need to do more work, but it can be like this, and we can go and test. So if we open up the inspector to see here, if I now click small team, we got information from Stripe and we got redirected here. Perfect. It also set the small team and $10. But the problem is now, if we continue, the webhook will not register that the payment is okay. So we need to go back. As you can see here, we go to the cancel page, which is this now. Perfect. So then we need to set up the webhook so Stripe can talk to our website. And this is done in views.py. First I need to import two things. I need to import HTTP response. This comes from Django.http. And I also need to import a decorator from Django.views.decorators.csrf import csrf exempt. Because we are going to get a post request from Stripe, but they don't have this CSRF token for us, so we need to make it possible to send us a post request without that, but only for this view. So we add this decorator like this, and then def stripe webhook request, and then we initialize the stripe by setting stripe.api key, and then we get the webhook key from settings as well, settings.stripe webhook key, and payload request.body. This is information we get from Stripe, and we also get the signature header from Stripe, which you need to use in order to check that everything is okay. Event equals none. Now we can say print payload to see what information we get from Stripe. And here I want to use a try catch as well. So try event equals stripe.webhook.construct event, pass in payload, sig header, and the webhook key. So this information is now sent to Stripe. So this is the information we get in the webhook, the signature header, and also our webhook key. Accept value error SE, then we get a value error. Return HTTP response status equals 400. But there are also an other accept error. So accept stripe.error.signature verification error. That means that there's something wrong with the signature. SE. Return HTTP response status equals 400. And then below here we can check that if the success or if the payment was successful. I do that by saying if event. This is the event we get here, and the type is this because there are many types of events there. Then in here we can say session equals event data object. Now we get this session information from Stripe, and then we want to get the team based on the information we get back from Stripe. And to do that we say team equals team.object.get, where primary key is the one we get there, and this is the one we set up here where we pass in team.id to the current user. And then we want to set the Stripe customer ID, which you get from Stripe. And the same with the subscription ID, so we can check the subscription later, and then just call team.save. Great. And then at the end here we can say return HTTP response status equals 200 to let Stripe know that everything went okay. So now we just need to import this to the URLs file, add it to the end there, path Stripe webhook like that. Stripe webhook, and name is also Stripe webhook, and save. So now we can test the next step here. If we try to click subscribe, so then we can go ahead and try to use go ahead with the payment. So try to add my email here, and then card information. This will be a successful payment, and then just add a date in the future. CVC 123 Stein. So now click subscribe. Processing. This should look okay. And then, as you can see up here, I was redirected to the thank you page, and we got the session ID. And this we're going to use to verify the payment. So if I now go to the console, you'll see that we got some information. Okay, they got a 404 error. That means that the webhook didn't work. API v1 Stripe webhook. Okay, let me try to check the URLs file. This should be stripe/webhook. Sorry. So I need to try this again. So if I just go back to the plans page, click subscribe. Then we do this again. Subscribe. And if you now follow here, this was successful, perfect, and everything there should be okay now. Great. So now we have this customer ID and similar in the database. So now we just need to check that this is okay, and then we can set the date for the end of the plan for this user. So now we can go back to views.py and create one last view here. Just copy this, paste it, and def check session. So now we want to check this session here. Request, and then we can initialize Stripe again here, and we can create a new empty variable called error. Then one more time we use the try, and then we want to get the team because we need this, so paste it in there. Then we get the subscription from the team. This should be added when we got the Stripe hook down here. So we can compare the information with what is stored with Stripe. And then we get the product, which is the big team or the small team. And if everything is okay now, we can say team.plan status equals team.plan plan active, team.plan and date equals datetime dot from timestamp subscription dot current period dot underscore end. So this we get from Stripe. As you can see here now, I got this error because I haven't imported datetime yet. So below here, from datetime import datetime. Scroll down again. Then we can say team.plan equals plan.objects.get name equals product.name. Product.name will either be big team or small team. And we can call team.save. And then we want to generate information about the team and send it back to the user. So we can copy this, paste it here. And if this doesn't work, we need to show an error. So exception error equals there's something wrong, please try again. And then we just say return response error, and then we pass in that error we created here and save. So now we need to import this as well to the URLs. Path stripe / check session name check session and save. But this will also need to be included up here. Save, but if I now go back here, refresh, nothing will happen because we haven't called the check session yet. So that is the next step now. So we need to find a thank you page because that's going to be done there. So plans thank you, and then inside the mounted I need to call Axios, and then we use the URL we just created, which is this, which points to the view we just created. And to the backend we want to pass in a field called session ID, which we get from the URL, and session ID that points to this parameter. So now we send that to the backend, then we get a response back. Like that. I say console.log response just to see what we get from the server. And when that's done, I want to show a toast. The plan was changed and this is its success, so it's nice and green. And when that's done, I want to update the team information like that. So this.store.commit.setTeam. This is the same thing as done when we are signing in. So we set the team ID, the name, the plan name, max leads and max clients. And if there are an error, .catch error. Now we want to show this as a toast as well. Like that. And we can also show the console.log error, oops, error, so we can show the information in the console. But that should be okay. And if you now refresh, okay, Toast is not imported. So I need to find the page that has Toast. There, just copy this, go back to plans, thank you. Okay, save, and then we can go back to the Chrome. You see here we get an error from the server. Invalid syntax on views.py in the team folder. Okay, what did I do there? 125. Okay, I forgot to add a parenthesis here, so save. Now this looks okay. If I now refresh, the plan was changed. Perfect. As you can see here, we also got this information about the team here. Great. So if I now go to team, the plan changed to small team. Perfect. So now the implementation of Stripe is finished. So now I can set the last task in the to-do list to done.
Today we're going to make it possible to cancel a plan, show a plan end date, and make it possible to delete leads and clients, and then fix something in the menu. And the first task is to make it possible to cancel a lead. To do that, we need a view in the team app folder. So if we just find team and then views.py, then here we want to make a view to make it possible to cancel. So we can add it here at API view. This should be a post request, and then def cancel plan request. And the first thing we need here is the team, so we can copy from up here. And then we want to get the free plan from the database, so we can assign this to the team. Plan free equals plan.objects.get name equals free. So if you named your plan something else, you need to fix that now. You want to see that I have imported plan from the database, and yes, I have. So then I can go below here and set team.plan equals plan free, and team.plan status equals team.plan cancelled. This is just so later I can check when we are going to update one time per month that if the plan is cancelled or what. And then team.save. And then we also need to call Stripe to tell them to deactivate the next payment. So try stripe.api key equals settings.stripe secret key and stripe.subscription.delete and then team.stripe subscription ID. And this is one we got in the previous part. And then we can say accept exception if there are any errors from Stripe. Then we say return response. Now we print an error to the user. Something went wrong. Please try again. And then if the try did work, then we can say serializer equals team serializer. Now we just pass back the team to the user. So this should be lowercase. And then return response, and we pass in serializer.data. Great. So then to import this to the URLs. So just append it up here somewhere. And then just copy one of these, replace upgrade with cancel, replace and save. And then we need to implement this in the front end as well. and I want this to be in the plans.view page. So if I find this page, and then we can add an HR here, and then div class column is 12, button at click cancel plan, and class button is danger, so it's red, so you know that something shouldn't happen or it's something danger when you click it. Cancel plan, close the button, close the div. Now we need to create this method. You can just add it here. There should also be an async method. So first we can copy this, paste, and replace with false. And then we want to use Axios to call the backend .post API v1 teams cancel plan. Like that. We don't need to pass in any data. Then we get a response back. Response like this. And then we get information about the team, so I can copy this one and this one and this one. Paste it in there. So now we set the team based on the data we sent back, and then can change this to cancelled, so the plan was cancelled, and then we redirected back to the team. Great. So now everything there should be okay. So I can save it, go to the browser, refresh. So I can try to change plan, cancel plan, then I was sent back here, and now the plan is free, max clients 5, and max leads is also 5. Perfect. So then that is working, and I can set the first task to done.
Before I continue, I just want to say thanks to my Patreons. If you too want to support me, you will find a link to my Patreon in the description below.
And then the next step now is to show the plan and date in the team page. So to do that, we need to change the serializer for the team, because you need to have access to this field. This field is called, we are actually missing this field. I thought that I added it in the previous part. So then I need to add it now. Plan and date equals models.date time field. And this can be blank equals true and null equals true. And save. So then I need to stop the server. And then I need to run the migration script. So make migrations and migrate. Now we can run the server again. Good. So now we have that field at least here. So if I now go back to serializers and find the team, then I want to append it at the end here and save. So now this should be available in the front end. So if I now find teams.view, there, team at least, not teams, then I want to show it here. So p strong plan and date strong, and this should say team.plan and date. And close the paragraph. This is now empty, and it should also not be showing when you're on the free plan, because if you're on the free plan then you have no end date. So on this paragraph you should v-if, then we can copy this, not equals free, save, refresh, and now this is gone. Perfect. But I want to check that if I subscribe to the small team again, that it is working. Just need to start this webhook listening again. This should be the same as I had in the previous video, but I can just double check that it's working. If I find settings.py, search for it, yes, it's still there. So then I can try to pay. Yes, it still seems to be working. Sent back here. And now go to team, have the plan and the date. And this is 1 month from now. Perfect. So then we have this data available. Done. And then I need to make it possible to delete a team. No, delete a lead and a client. So then I need a new view in the backend for the lead, and then find views.py. And then I want to use the API view at API view, pass in post because this needs to be a post request. And you see here I haven't imported this. So you can go to the team here and find it up there. And then I go back to views.py. Like that, and I also need to import the response, so I can copy this as well. Like that. So then I can scroll down, say def delete lead request, and then I can have the lead ID in the URL, so I don't have to pass in any data. And then we first get the team, just so that we know that the user is correct. Just to remove the self, so we get request.user, because when we are on a function-based view, we don't have access to self, but we have access to request this way. And then we say lead equals team.leads.filter, pk equals lead ID. So we get all the leads for this team, and then we filter it based on the primary key, which we pass in the URL. And then we just say lead.delete, and we can then return response message, the lead was deleted, and save. So now we can import this into urls.py in the lead app. First we import it up here, and then in the top we can say leads, path, leads, delete lead, and then int and lead ID. Now we pass in the name like this. This actually has built-in functionality for deleting a lead, but since we are going to modify this and get the team first and then do this, then it's easier to just create a new view for this. So we could just do this, perform delete and then override it, but it's easier to just do this. So now the backend for deleting a lead is ready. So if I now go to the lead.view, then I want to add a delete button here. So up here in the buttons we can create one more button at click, delete lead, class, button is danger, delete. Then we need to copy this and create this. Async, delete lead. Then we can copy all of the content from this get lead because it's kind of similar. And then we just want to convert this to a post. And then we add delete lead there. And then we can say console.log response.data, so we see what data we get back from the server. And then we can redirect the user back to the leads page. So just copy this, redirect, /leads, and save. So then we should be able to test this. I go into leads, go into test company. Now we have the delete button there. You can open up the inspector, delete. Okay, I got the 404 error. So let's try to use this API v1 leads delete lead 2. Okay, I should not have the slash before leads, of course. So just refresh so the error is gone, delete, and now the lead was deleted and it's now gone from this list. So it's still 2 because I have more in this list. Perfect. So now we are able to delete leads. Great. And then the next step is to make the same functionalities for client. Just want to set this to done. So then it's the clients. So if I just find views.py, pair in the leads, then I can copy this function, go up to views.py in the leads app. Here I already have created or imported the API view and the response. So just need to rename a few things here. Delete client and clients, client, and the client was deleted. And this should be client.id, client.id, and save. So now we can go to URLs and import it up here. Delete client. Then I can add it to the list here. Path, client, delete client. And then we pass in the ID, int, client ID, delete client, and also just set the name, delete client, like that. Great. So now the backend for deleting clients is finished. We can go to the client.vue page. Just want to copy this from lead.vue first. Now we can go to client. Just paste this. Rename this to client. Rename this to client ID. Copy paste it into there. Clients and delete client. And then we want to redirect it back to dashboard/clients. So then we need to create the delete button. First we add the div class buttons, so we get a little bit space between the different buttons. Button class, button is danger, at click, delete client, delete. We can close the button, close the div, and save. And we can test this. We go to clients, find client 1 edited, delete, redirected back here. The client is gone, and we got the message the client was deleted. Perfect. So then we can set that task as well to done. And the problem with this is that you can see these buttons here, but if I go and log out, the buttons are still showing. So that's a little bug we need to fix before we can deploy this project. So if you find app.vue, scroll up. Sorry, this is a component. So in components, layout, navbar.vue, we still show these here. So I can copy this down here, where we check if we are authenticated. But we need to remove this because we can check that if we are authenticated, then we want to show these. So save. Then you can see here that the buttons is gone. Perfect. And if I log in again now, oops. Then you will see that the links are back. Perfect. So then I can set this task as well to done. Today we are going to deploy this project to a live server. The first step is to install the necessary software on the server.
So if I go to the command line, I've just logged into it here. This is a Ubuntu 20.04. I created this with DigitalOcean. If you want to try DigitalOcean for free, you can create a free account by signing up with the link you can find in the description below. This way you will get $100 in credit you can use for 60 days. Great. So now that I am inside the server, I can install the software we need. But first I want to update everything, and I do that by saying sudo apt-get update. This will update all of the mirrors like this, so the upgrade will be ready. And then sudo apt-get upgrade. And yes, I want to update all of these packages. Great, so now everything is updated and upgraded. The next step then is to install the software we need. So first I run this command, sudo apt install python 3 pip, python 3 dev, libpqdev, PostgreSQL, PostgreSQL contrib, and nginx. This is software we need, for example, for installing and using pip packages, nginx, which is the web server, and then PostgreSQL and PostgreSQL contrib, and similar. So now we have the database PostgreSQL installed as well. So hit enter. I have already installed this, as you can see, but you will probably need to select yes to install this. And then I want to install two more things. Sudo apt install certbot. This is for getting SSL certificates. And Python 3 certbot nginx. This is so you can use nginx to get the certificates. Sorry, there was a typo. Forgotten T. Certbot. Great. So now everything there is installed, and I can go to the to-do list and set the first task to done. Next step then is to create a database, a PostgreSQL database. So you need to sign in to the PostgreSQL user by saying sudo-u postgres and then psql. So now we are logged into PostgreSQL. And to create the database, we say create database Django CRM, and then semicolon, hit enter. So now we created the database. Next step is to create the user by saying create user Django CRM user, the username with password, and then the password I want to use is just Django CRM password, and hit enter. So now I created a user which can use this database. And then I need to change this user a little bit because I will need to set the default client encoding to UTF-8. This is some configuration for using PostgreSQL together with Django. And then the same with this. This is also a configuration to do with Django. And we also need to set the default time zone for the user to UTC, which is also connected to Django. And then I just want to grant all privileges on database, the one we created, to this user. So now this user has access to everything on this database. Great. So then we can run \q to quit this user. So now I created the database as well. So we can go to the command line, set this task to done as well. And then I want to install virtual env using pip. So go back to the command line, send sudo-h pip3 install upgrade pip. Just want to make sure that we have the newest version of pip installed. Great. And then sudo-h pip3 install virtual env. And now we have virtual environment installed on our server. Nice. Done. And then I want to create a group and user for the project. You can begin by creating a folder, mkdir-p /webapps/Django CRM. This will be the home folder for the user and also the project. You can go there like that. And then I want to create a group called webapps. So just run sudo group add to the system, and the name is webapps. Okay, I already had this group, but you need to add it yourself. And then to create the user for the project, we say sudo user add system, and then group ID, which is the group the user should belong to. Set the shell, and then the home which is /webapps/Django CRM, and then the username. And this user is the one who should have access to this folder and rights to change files and similar. Nice. So then we can set that task as well to done. And then we can create the environment where the project should live. So virtual env environment 382, which is the Python version I'm running. And then we activate it by saying source environment bin activate. I can go into that folder as well because this is where I want the Django project to be placed. And then when that is done, I need to install the same packages we have locally on the live server. And to do that, I can go here. You can see this is activated locally, and I can say pip freeze. And then I got a very long list of packages we have installed locally. So just copy the contents of that. And I will say vi for creating a new file, req.txt. req just stands for requirements. And then I for insert, command V for pasting. And we can save and quit, write quit. Now we install this by saying pip install -r to use the requirements field. Now we select it and hit enter. Now we will install the same packages here as we have locally, so then we know that the server will run the same way. Great. And then I want to install one more packages for the PostgreSQL server. Pip install psycho pg2 -binary. And this needs to be installed in order for Django to use PostgreSQL. Perfect. So then the environment is created and set up. So you can set this task to done. Next step now is to get the Django code from Git. So if I go to the Chrome and then go to my GitHub account, then I find the project here. Django CRM. And then I go into, I can actually just copy all of this and just remove a little bit. So then here I say git clone and paste the URL. So now I have the project here, Django CRM. But I don't want it to be in there, so I need to go into that folder, Django CRM. I want to move mv, Django CRM Django, up one folder. So now I have this here, and I can rmfr, Django CRM. So now I just have the Django folder here. Perfect. So now that we have the code, we can go to the next task, which will be copy the settings file and change that a little bit. So go into this one, and let me say cp for copy, Django CRM Django settings, Django CRM settings, but rename this to prod. So you want to separate settings file for the production. Now we can edit it, Django CRM settings prod.py, and you should update all of these, but I'm not going to use or test the Stripe live, but you just need to update the keys for the live environment you have in Stripe. The front end, this also needs to be changed. It should be to the website, your URL, and also this one. And then inside the allowed hosts, I need to add crm.code with stein.com, which is the URL for my server, and API crm.code with stein.com. And I can also append these URLs here. HTTPS, because I'm going to use that, and HTTPS api.crm.com, like that. And then I also need to update the database, so I need to scroll down to find this, because here we are not going to use SQLite 3. Here we want to set up the database. So here we select PostgreSQL, Psycho PG2 as the engine. And then the name, this is the database name, which is Django CRM. And then the user which is Gunnar CRM user, and then password, which is Gunnar CRM password. At least this is what I set up when I created the PostgreSQL database. And then host is localhost, and port, can just be empty. Great, so now everything here should be changed and this should be ready for production. I just want to mention that here is a variable called debug. This also needs to be set to false. I just want it to be on true until we know that everything is okay. Great, so now we have done this, and then we can install and set up GUnicorn. GUnicorn is the application server for hosting Django. GUnicorn is not supposed to handle, for example, media files. We need to use Nginx for doing this, but Nginx can't handle Django, so we need both of these servers. But first we can install GUnicorn, pip install GUnicorn, hit enter. Great. I can go up one folder, so I'm here in the environment folder. And then I need to create a new file, vi bin GUnicorn _start. So this will be the starting script for the project, and this will run the server, activate environment, and similar. So first you just add this to the file, since it's a shell script. And then we set a few variables. First, this is just the name for the project. It doesn't really matter, it's just nice to know which project is running. And then the Django directory, /webapps, Gunnar CRM, and then environment folder, and Gunnar CRM Django. This socket file will be automatically created when we start this script. And then the user to execute this script. This is the user we created with the user add command, and not the PostgreSQL user. And then the group this belongs to, and then the number of workers. This is the number of CPUs you have on your server, multiply with 2 plus 1. So I have 1 CPU, multiply with 2, that is 2, and then add 1, then it will be 3. And then which settings file to use, and that is pointing to this project up here. And then settings prod, which is the settings file we just created. And then which WSGI module to use. This again points to the project and a file called WSGI in that folder. Not know if we have seen it in this project, but you can go and look at it and see what it has inside. And then the timeout for this if something is wrong. And then a little bit of commands to use. First we go into the Django directory, and then we activate the environment, and then we set this environment variable. This is based on this, and also the Python path. And then we tell it which where the run directory is, and then we test if this exists, and if not, it will be created. So if this doesn't exist, it will be created now. And then we just execute it by running GUnicorn with this WSGI module, setting the name, the workers, and everything from up here. And we can save and quit this. And then we just need to make this file executable by saying chmod +x bin GUnicorn start. Nice. And to make sure that this script is running at all time, we need to use something called supervisor. Before I go there, I just want to set this task to done. Then we can start that task. First we need to install supervisor by saying sudo apt install supervisor. Great, I already installed this. So now we can go to cd etc supervisor ctl supervisor/conf. Now we want to create a new file, vi gunnar crm django.conf. And then first we set the name of this program, and then we set the URL to the GUnicorn script we just created, and then which user to execute this, which is also Gunnar CRM. And then we tell it where to log things if there are errors or just accessing this web server, and that we want to redirect the standard errors, yes. And then we just set some environment variables. So now we can save this and quit. And now we just need to tell supervisor to activate this by saying supervisor ctl read to check that everything is okay. Okay, this log doesn't exist, so we need to create that folder. MK there. And then touch, just to touch this as an empty file, like that. Now we can reread. It's available, perfect. So let me say update, added to the process. If I now run status, you'll see that it's starting and now it's running. Nice. So now the script is running in the background. And if something crashes or similar, this will automatically start again, or at least try to start again. So then we can set this task to done. And then the next step now is to get the SSL certificate. So to do that, we need to run certbot script. And then we say sudo certbot -d gunnar crm.code with stein.com. Hit enter. And now just checking that this domain is pointing to my server and similar. And now it created a new script or file here. Perfect. And then I need to create one more for API dot like that. So we can have HTTPS both for the API and the front end. Nice. So now we have that as well. And then we need to configure Nginx. So cd etc Nginx sites available. And then we create a new file by saying vi api gunnar crm.code with stein.com. And then first we create something called Gunnar CRM app server. This will point to the socket file we saw in the Unicorn start script. So this sets up the server we can point to. And then we want to listen to port 80. So check if you use not HTTP, so we can redirect you to HTTPS. And then we want one more server for listen 443 SSL. So we can also listen to HTTPS traffic. Then server name is also API Gunnar CRM, like that. Then we set the client max body size. And we also set up the access log and error log, which is in the same folder as the gunicorn log file. Then we set up the SSL certificate. This points to the URL I just highlighted when we got the certificate for the API. And then it sets up some protocols and similar. I will add all of these files in the GitHub repository so you can see them there, or copy them if you want to do that. And then if you go to /static on the API, you will be pointed to this folder and get the files inside there if there are any, and the same with media. And if you go to just slash or the main site itself, it will set up a proxy header and it will point to everything. If it's not a file name, it will point up to the Gunnar app server which you created on the top of this file. And we can save and quit this. Then we can go to sites enabled here. And then we set up a symbolic link back to the file we just created, ln-s /sites available API Gunnar CRM, like that. So now this points to here where we are right now. So then we can restart Nginx, service Nginx restart. Okay, there is a problem with the configuration. Just copy and paste and run this so we can see what's wrong. Unknown directive server name. Okay, there's something wrong with that file. Okay, it was supposed to be server underscore name, like that. I can try to run the restart again, and now no error came. So now it should be running, but I think we will get an error if I go to this site. Yes, I get a bad gateway, and I think it's because of some rights for the folder. So if I go to /webapp/Gunnar CRM, you'll see that root is owning everything in there. And I want to change this by saying chown -r Gonnar CRM :web apps, and then that folder. And I use -r since it's recursive, so it take all files inside there. Then I can restart everything with the supervisor by saying supervisor ctl restart Gonnar Django. Okay, Gonnar CRM Django, maybe the name was. Yes, now it stopped and started again. I can also restart Nginx just to make sure that it's okay. Refresh, and now we see the front page of our API. So then I just want to change one more thing in here. Environment, Nginx, no, Gonnar settings prod, and that is the debug. This needs to be set to false so all other users can't see your errors and similar. So now we can restart the supervisor again. So every time you make a change to Django, you need to change or restart supervisor. If I refresh now, it's just not found because there are no page. So try go to admin, for example, then I'll go to the admin administration. Perfect. And then the last step I want to do now before we fix the front end is to initialize the database, because we haven't done that yet here. And to do that, we need to go into the folder like that. And then if I say cat manage.py, you will see that this actually tries to use this file. But we want to use the settings prod. So python manage.py make migrations settings, and then just Gonnar CRM.settings prod. Okay, no changes detected. That's okay because there are no changes. So then we just need to run the migrate script. So now it should create all of these tables in the PostgreSQL database server. We can restart again just to make sure that everything is okay. Perfect. And then we can go back to the to-do list and set this task to done. And then I want to build the Vue project locally and send it to the server. So instead of using Git here, I want to send it. So go into Gonnar CRM Vue and run npm run build. And now I should get a new folder in here called dist. And this contains all of the built files or compiled files we want to send to the server. And to do that, you say scp for secure copy -r because I want to send the whole folder. And I want to send the dist folder. And I want to send this to root, which is the user, Gonnar CRM dot code with stein.com. And I can just paste it or place it at the root folder. And then the password for this server. And that's it. So now I sent all of the files there. So if I go here now, /webapps/Gonnar, this is where I want this to be placed. So if I move it now, mv/root dist, this is where it was placed when I sent it using this command. I want it to be placed here. So now I have a dist folder and an environment folder. Perfect. So then I just need to set up a new nginx config to point to this dist folder. So cd etc nginx sites available and vi Gonnar crm.code with stein.com. And first I set up one server for listening to HTTP, which will return or redirect you to HTTPS. And then I do the same thing as with the API. I listen to 443, set up the server name, the client max body size, and then the error log and access log, and also the certificate. Then I set up the default char set and where the root folder is. And this was just supposed to be /dist webapps/Gonnar CRM/dist. And then inside this folder, this server should look for index.html or index.htm. And then set the one location, because if you go to this folder, this should be the root folder for the project. Like that. So here again, you try to find this inside there. So that was the configuration for Vue. And we can go into sites enabled, set up a new symbolic link. Sites available on our CRM there. Now we have this here as well, and we can try to restart Nginx. Great, no errors. So now I can copy this address, try to go here. And yes, now I see the front page of Gunnar CRM. Perfect. Nice. So now we have deployed our project to a live server. I hope you enjoyed the series, and if you did, please click like below. If you have any questions about this process for deploying, feel free to leave a comment below also and answer as soon as I can. See you in the next video.